is, are we ready? All right, if we were almost ready. I just wanted to, before we got started here, take a moment of, I guess I'd call it personal privilege, but I think it's on behalf of the Board of Selectmen, to single out somebody who's been a big help to us. And I'd like it to recognize Lauren Lanham for having served diligently in the town. Lauren thought she was here because of her photographic skills. She's in fact here because of her
Oh my God!
overwhelming character and skills.
I am so shocked.
Lauren let us know a few weeks ago she was leaving to start a new entrepreneurial venture. She was a yoga instructor prior to coming to work for the town. She was going back to her first love with some friends of hers and starting a new business. Do you want to tell us the name of it?
Sure. Well, it's an outcropping of Yoga for Everybody, which is in the center of town. It's called Yoga for All Cooperative, and we'll be helping agencies in the Bridgeport area, bringing yoga to people who can't necessarily afford it on their own. So stay tuned, and you can sign up for the newsletter or call me to find out all about it.
Lauren came into my office a few weeks ago and she was crying. Oh no, not another crisis! I can't, it's like.
Enough already.
And then it was so exciting. The stars don't always align in an economy like this to go back and do what your first love is, and I'm thrilled that Lauren has got a chance to do that. She's been a phenomenal trooper and supporter on the Board of Selectmen. We've thrown a lot of stuff at her in the time, and certainly in the last 6 months, we've thrown a lot more stuff at her. So I want to thank her for as a rookie first selectman here. Thank you for all the help you've given me and the rest of the board.
My pleasure, very much so.
Do you guys have any comments along those lines?
Yeah, I'd like to also thank Lauren for my time on the Board of Selectmen. I mean, she's been great with emailing me anything I needed or researching anything I needed, and she's been utmost professional, and we're going to be a big loss to the First Selectman's office. And but we wish you well in your new venture. It sounds like a lot of fun.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Jen.
Lauren Lanham, talk about behind the scenes. There's so much that goes on in the First Selectman's office behind the scenes, and two people right here, and there's some others as well. But Lauren has been amazing. Besides all the work she does for the Board of Selectmen, she also has been involved in the Fairfield Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Group. She helped found the Fairfield Alcohol and Health Task Force. She's been involved with the RIASAP group as well, and has taken a lot of leadership roles. So she really will be missed. But we're keeping her involved. She true to form is going to stay involved as a community volunteer, and she is an amazing woman. So thank you, Lauren.
Thank
really
you.
grateful.
I really appreciate it. You know how much I love flowers, so the ideal gift.
And then just kind of as a final test to, or a testament to Lauren's character. I just want to mention, Lauren was kind enough to give us 30 days notice on her leaving, which let us both plan for that and kind of arrange for her replacement. So I want to thank Lauren for that, and that really speaks well to, in this environment where it's easy to take off and run, to helping us through her transition, and we'll miss her deeply. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been an amazing experience for me to be here for 4 years, and I was glad to help you through the transition, and I appreciate you helping me through my transition. So before I totally lose it, I'm going to say thanks.
Well, no, it actually, we're going to call the meeting to order and ask you to lead us in the pledge.
Oh, okay.
So if you will.
I need hands for that. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Would also, at this point, like us to have a moment of silence. Fairfield lost one of our family last week, Joseph Thomas, who has served as a telecommunicator in the Fairfield Police Department in our Emergency Communication Center. Joseph was a vital link to calling for aid for not only police and fire and paramedics, but for the citizens of our town, whose safety was dependent on the quality and accuracy of the information that Joseph provided. Early on in my role as First Selectman, I had the opportunity to interact with members of the ECC during Hurricane Irene, and I witnessed firsthand the awesome responsibility that Joseph and his team hold for the town. So I'd just like to take a moment of silence on his behalf. All right, thank you. Let's see, as the agenda goes. Normally at this point, we would be doing Wednesday's Pet. That has been, I don't know if it's withdrawn or postponed to next month, but it's not going to happen today. Next up are the minutes. To consider and act upon the minutes from the regular meeting of January 18th, 2012. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
No.
Any comments?
No.
Are we prepared to vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, point for information from the Conservation Commission. Mr. Doug Jones has submitted his resignation. We want to thank Doug for his efforts on the Conservation Commission over the years, and Doug's one of those folks that's been involved in the RTM in various commissions and boards around town, has been very active, and again, in the spirit of community service and volunteerism, we thank Doug for his service to the town. Next up, I believe for the third time, Mr. Bowman, can you give us an update on the decorative lighting in downtown Fairfield?
Not only is it updated, it's improved, which is, turned out to be a happy surprise. When UI informed us that we had to go back and change the contract, so we're going to change the billing hours, well, we decided, seeing as how we found 5 more lights that were not in the original downtown improvement contract, they were in the second one, we added those lights. And we also, in the middle of all this, UI approved a new bulb, which is 30 watts rather than 35, and it becomes a screw-in bulb. So when it has to be, the whole fixture still has to be installed by an electrician. But 15 years now, whenever we go to change them, it'll be just a matter of screwing them in rather than hiring another electrician, which is kind of nice. Lower maintenance, right? So, and it also had higher lumens, which is interesting than the 35. So there will be a little more light shone on the sidewalk when they're installed. So a lot of good things happened in a few short weeks for whatever reason. So it's all positive. And UI, I talked to them today. They also said the paperwork will be processed and available for, if approved today, for your signature tomorrow. So it won't delay it at all, because I went to them and threw this all at them ahead of time, assuming this might be approved. So if it is approved, it'll be processed tomorrow, and we'll have the paperwork ready to sign. And the result of it is, instead of a little extra cost, it's a little extra grant and a smaller local share. Because the 30 watts save more power than the 35 watt, offset the 2-hour burning time, so it worked out nice.
Oh, great trade-off.
Yeah.
All right. Could you just take us through these numbers briefly,
Yeah.
since this was one of the additional handouts that was sent out to us?
Yeah, because there is a little change. You'll see that in 114 bulbs, actually that should read 109 bulbs. That was the original. And 183 watts rather than 150, which the mistake I made was the 150 watt bulb also has second part of the bulb. What is it? Right on my head.
Can you see this?
It's not on there. Hey, Rich. These fixtures, there's a bulb and there's the, what do you call it? The ballast, yeah. And the ballast itself uses 34 watts. So the 150 watt bulb actually uses 184 watt bulb. And the LEDs do not have a ballast, so it's a pure 30 watt without a ballast. So that number is a little higher, but that's how it gives the 86,000 watts we're currently using, and at 27 cents a kilowatt hour. Now, we'll go to 114 bulbs at 30 watts. The burn hours will be 29:20. That extends them to 2 a.m. from midnight, 7 days a week. So it shows just under 10,000 burn hours at the new price of 23 cents. So really showing there is a net savings of almost $21,000 to this project over the current cost, which is a 90% reduction in cost. And again, all these LED lamps are guaranteed for 50,000 hours. And there's a full 5-year warranty on installation work also on this particular product, as well as the 50,000 hour burn time. So in the first 5 years, if there's anything wrong with the installation, they'll come back and fix it for free. So it's a pretty good deal that way, too.
Excellent. Any questions from the board?
Sure. Just to confirm, this is now going, the previous version was to go to 12 o'clock. Now this will take it up to the 2 o'clock
That's
that we'd
correct.
asked you to analyze.
Yep, all 7 days, right?
And that, it's a 21,000, almost 21,000, 20,952
That's correct.
savings per year.
Yep.
Great. And these lower wattage lights, the 30-watt lights have more lumens, so provide more light
That's
than the
correct.
35-watt light,
Yeah, which
based
is-
on their design.
Amazingly so, yeah.
So, I mean, number one, I want to thank you, Ed, for continuing to do the research. I think it was worth doing this over 3 meetings, because
Yep.
every time we came back, the program got better, not only for the town and the cost savings, getting more light, but also for the merchants in the downtown to have the lights on, some of the restaurants and bars to have them on at least till 2 o'clock till their closing hours. So I think it's been a win-win for everybody. So
So they were able to shine more light on the issue.
Exactly.
Watcher's going to move to postpone to see if we get a better deal next time.
Well, I hope you don't destroy everything we bring in.
Kristen?
I'd also like to thank you. Just a couple questions in terms of how we were able to find the new savings. Was it just the fact that we were looking more, or was it actually that the new bulb was approved in the past
The
few
new
weeks?
bulb was approved, and our consultant was looking for more bulbs for future projects. So we have other LED lights in other towns also, and he found this, seeing as how it was delayed, he said, "Well, do you think we could throw it in?" Why not? But it was just recently approved, too.
Okay.
So,
So
yeah.
that was fortuitous. Just
This
a
is the
question-
first grow-on LED bulb that was approved by whatever the agency that approves, man, UI accepted, so.
Okay. And-
Since then, they have more screw-on bulbs that are at a higher, 35 and 60 watts, I guess. So.
I'm thrilled. The question about the 50,000 hour guarantee, and if they don't, for some reason, make it to the 50,000 hours, who is responsible for replacing them and covering the costs of replacing?
It's the
them? Is that-
manufacturer.
Is the manufacturer, okay.
So.
Anything else?
Just one last question. The new bulb, have you seen it or will it look pretty much like the ones that are in front, the
Yeah.
4 that are in front of Victoria's Secret?
Yeah, they almost look exactly the same.
Okay.
It's just at the bottom's different.
Great.
Anything else?
No.
Any questions from the public? All right, back to the board. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sorry.
And
Let's, Mr. Bowman, if you would. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second.
Second.
All right.
and again, then it...
Now are we ready to vote? I'm sorry?
That does include the execution of the contracts, right? Did the last time.
To hear, consider and act upon a request from the Director of Public Works to Fairfield Town enter into a municipal energy opportunities agreement with United Illuminating Company, and furthermore, that the first selectman be authorized to execute the required documents in order to participate in the energy conservation program called Energy Opportunities.
Okay, then I won't have to come back a fourth time. Yeah.
Okay, is that enough?
Yes, it is, thank you.
Okay, and my apologies for being brief on that. It's like the fourth time's the
I just
charm.
wanted to be sure.
All right, are we ready to vote again?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Bowman, thank you.
Thank you.
I should point out that Mr. Bowman has really made a career in town of finding opportunities for us to go green, to lower our carbon footprint, and to improve our sustainability. I was just at the Senior Center this afternoon where we cut the ribbon on a new compressed natural gas bus that was obtained through a grant that Mr. Bowman helped us get. That means that bus is helping us move our seniors around and improving our services to them. Compressed natural gas is keeping the air cleaner while we're doing it, and the grant means it's low cost to taxpayers, so that's the ultimate trifecta. All right, next up, the Pilot House. To hear, consider, and act upon a request from the Pilot House to renew their lease at 240 Colony Street. May I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All right. Ms. Kennelly, would you like to give us an update?
Sure. The Pilot House Foundation has been using the property in the old Grassmere School, the part that's not Sullivan McKinney, for the past 3 years. They have now come back to the town, and the basis of that has been a $1 a year lease, with them paying the utilities. So the Pilot House has asked for renewal of the lease. The lease that is to be renewed is exactly the same as the old lease, with the exception of updates of the date of the lease and one other spot where a date needed to be changed. But other than that, it's identical to the old lease. So we're offering it to them at $1 a year. They're giving us the same insurance that they have given us before, and I have seen, the insurance certificates, so I know the insurance is in effect. I don't see that we have any particular risks here. We are obligated to take care of the outside of the building and maintain the sidewalk, plow the lot, but that's fairly typical for outside of properties where we rent them. So our only costs would be those costs that have to do with the exterior of the building and the sidewalks. The interior costs are all for Pilot House.
Yeah, they're the only tenant in the building.
They are the only tenant in the building, yes. What happens, the big school was divided up into Sullivan McKinney on one side and then another part that's been leased out to various entities over the years, always charitable organizations.
Okay. So the external maintenance, is that something we do for the Sullivan McKinney part also?
Yes, we do.
And the plowing of the sidewalks and the plowing of the driveways, is that something
I
we do for the
believe
Sullivan
we have been doing
McKinney?
that for Sullivan McKinney
So
as well.
from that standpoint, it's not an incremental cost, it's one of the costs
Actually-
of this.
Yeah, that is, I believe, correct, that we're not sending somebody out just to do their parking lot.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Kristen?
Ms. Kennelly, attachment A, in terms of the utility,
Yes, the way the utilities work, and it's actually slightly differently from the way it's described in the lease, but the utilities are actually paid by Sullivan McKinney for the entire, because there's only one furnace. Now, I'm not talking about electric now. Electric is separately metered, so we're in no way in the picture on electric. But with regard to bills relating to heating and water and sewer and so on, Sullivan McKinney pays those bills because the systems are interrelated, and they then bill Pilot House based on the square footage Pilot House occupies. So Pilot House pays 12% of the total expenses.
so just...
But we don't pay any of the bills for Pilot House.
Okay, right, they cover the utilities as a percentage, so I'm just wondering if on this sheet you can go through the shares as it relates to fuel expense, boiler maintenance.
That actually was on the old lease, and Rich actually was the one, Rich White was the one who had done that up. But it's now, so many years ago, I'm not sure Rich would remember why those original numbers were there. Things worked out in the longer run that the 12% was the agreed upon number for their share of costs.
Okay. And you just mentioned that it's actually the actual practice is slightly different than what's in the lease? Is that correct?
Only in one respect. The lease would lead you to believe that we build Pilot House for the utilities. As it turns out, it's actually Sullivan McKinney that bills them.
Does that need to be changed in the lease to match the actual practice?
Well, I don't know that we really need to change the lease. I believe that the buildings are our buildings. Sullivan McKinney happens to take care of this. I suppose we could do it directly, but it's just simpler to have them do it for us.
Not on that.
Mr. Walsh?
Is Sullivan McKinney still there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And there's no other tenants other than Sullivan McKinney and the Pilot House?
Well, with respect to the property we're talking about right now, the only tenant is Pilot House.
Okay, when Mike asked that question about is there any other tenants, I'm thinking about a building, I'm not speaking about the specific space, so that's why I was confused when
Okay.
Sullivan McKinney was still there.
No,
He asked you whether
yes.
there's any other tenants. I
Well,
thought that meant Sullivan
yeah,
McKinney had moved.
No. Sullivan McKinney is in its own part of the building.
Yeah, so the building's divided into two spaces,
Two pieces,
right?
correct.
Okay. And is it your intent to do just some type of lease modification?
Actually, what happened was, I must have sent Lauren the old lease, intending to send her the new one.
That's the question I had, because we got a new lease.
This is the new one, as I said before, it's exactly like the old one, with the exception of the front page, which has the new dates in it, and a half a paragraph on the next to last page, which also had to do with dates. I know it's identical because I had to redo it again from the PDF file. I didn't have a Word file on it, so it was an exact copy of the PDF file that you have.
Could you show us where this references the attachments?
There is a reference to the attachment on the second or third page, I think. Yes, it's on the second page, in the middle of the first paragraph. It refers to an Appendix B.
Thank you. Pending.
Okay, and are these, okay, what I'm looking for, we've got a page here that's labeled attachments. It says Exhibit A, Exhibit B.
Which
Is
was-
there a
this is
comparable
exhibit-
page in this?
Exhibit A is this, which is the comparable page to the Exhibit A over here. Exhibit B,
Where are Exhibit A and Exhibit B referenced in the new document you just handed us?
the same page as they were in the old one, the first and second page. Appendix A is referred to in Section 1, Appendix B in Section 3B on the second page.
Thank you.
Appendix A doesn't change, it's identical to what it was before. And Appendix B, I apologize for the fact that it is not there, but all it would say is that the utility division is 12% based on Pilot House's square footage in the overall property.
Okay, so this page labeled attachments isn't included in the new handout you gave us, or are we supposed to use that?
You're right that it's not there. Attachment A, however, is identical to what the old attachment was.
And there is an attachment A here?
It's not on there, but if you just take the one that was on the lease that was originally given to you, it's the same attachment.
Okay.
You mean
Although it
Exhibit
probably
A.
should be labeled attachment A.
Well,
Yes, it probably
actually,
should be, you're right.
One of these is labeled Attachment A.
That's the
Which is actually,
Exhibit
which is actually
B.
B. That actually was meant to be B.
This is Exhibit A.
Okay, that's A, yes. The
So-
one that shows the
The
floor
one that was
plan
labeled
is A.
attachment A is really attachment B?
Correct.
Exhibit B.
And the one,
Exhibit B.
The one that doesn't have an attachment number or a label on it is attachment
or exhibit A?
A, or Exhibit A.
Okay. So that's the description of the leased premises?
Yes.
Division of utility bills. And this, that has Grassmere's, and this sheet...
That was actually, and I'm not sure how that ended up on, as the Exhibit B on the last lease, but that was Rich White's calculations with regard to what had been spent on that property when the prior tenant was in there.
Okay, so what should Exhibit B actually be?
Exhibit B should be, I think, a simple, the total square footage is this, Pilot House's square footage is that, Pilot House has 12% of the total square footage, therefore their utility bills are 12% of the total bill.
And it should be called appendix. That's what it says in the lease. So this, I know we're using exhibits and attachments, but the formal language is...
Yes, they should be labeled Appendix A and Appendix B, that's correct.
Just for, I'm looking at it, it probably makes sense to talk through this a bit more. I would recommend that we get this language all cleaned up, get the attachment cleaned up, so that the lease is a document that everything is right here that we're
Sure.
agreeing to, so Pilot House knows what they're getting, we know what we're getting, and the wording is just clear. And if the payment arrangement is different, then whatever it is, we should describe kind of how it's working.
It's the same. In this case, I mean, as far as rent is concerned, it's exactly the same as it was before.
Well, I was thinking with the, whatever the payment is, or whatever the billing practice is for the utilities, that perhaps we should describe the way it actually works,
Could do that.
so that, and Kristen, that was your point earlier, and then, again, exhibits, attachments, whatever, that they should,
We can attach them.
and be the right ones.
Yep, that would be good.
With doing that. I'm sorry, did you have some further questions?
No.
Do you have some further questions?
Not related to the mechanics.
I
So
don't
you
wanna-
would like to see just see
Yeah.
this amended to take care of those 3 points, the appendices and
Pretty much,
and the
yeah,
Sullivan
it,
McKinney piece to it.
And I guess I would entertain making a motion, or I'd make a motion to postpone this to a date certain, just to get that done. If that sounds reasonable to the board, and also if we didn't have any other significant questions about this, I realize those are administrative things. Part of me doesn't want to approve this without it being cleaned up, but part of me doesn't want to delay the process either.
Well, how would
So-
you feel about, I mean, the rest of the lease I think is fine that I've read, other than cleaning it up, which I think it needs to be done, about us giving you approval to execute it based after you confirm that it's been cleaned up and that the utility section for Appendix B has been taken care of.
Yeah.
This way we can at least move it forward.
Yeah, we're talking pretty much what I'm going to call administrative, kind of Clevey
Yes.
reference things. So
Yes.
if that's okay with this board, I'm more than okay with that, because we're not talking anything substantive
Yeah.
in terms of the
Exactly.
issue.
So moving on to a different line of questioning, if I may, or comments. I guess I just want to say, first of all, that Pilot House as an organization has been a tremendous resource to the community. It's absolutely, I know families who take advantage of the wonderful services that are provided, and as a social worker know how important it is for folks to have that resource. My question is one kind of a broader nature, not necessarily about voting on this lease, but just in terms of looking at our town space that's available, and having an idea. We're going to be talking about another lease later in this meeting. Having an idea as to what our needs are as a town, what our inventory is as a town, and matching those up so that we can look in a long-term way at how we plan forward for the future, and what kind of criteria we use in terms of allocating space, whether it be for a valuable and needed nonprofit in our community or for our own Board of Ed office space or our Board of Ed maintenance facilities. So I think that's a broader conversation that we need to entertain, related to leases and how we lease space in the town. It's just a comment.
Okay. Perhaps to kick that off, one thought would be later this summer, kind of away from the heat of battle, that I'd previously asked Mr. White to put together a town facilities plan that would include all the town-owned buildings. Initially targeted at looking at what the maintenance costs were and making sure that we had an eye on all those. But it might serve as also a way to look at just the town-owned buildings, see what their current uses are, and what we might kind of update us, as not the end of the discussion, but at least the start of the discussion, if that sounds okay to the board. And perhaps we can take that up in June, July, August timeframe.
I would just ask that the time frame kind of work with other immediately potential pending issues that we might face related to leases. So as long as we have enough time to have that conversation in a way that works for anything else that might be coming down the pike, that would be great.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it during the budget season
Yeah.
either, obviously not, it's not possible.
No, I think I took your point earlier, saying that the challenge with any leases is to look at them far enough ahead of time, so that if there are options, those can be fully explored and vetted before you get too close to the lease, because then you get into just the logistical issues of finding a place, moving out, moving to a new place, and disrupting your program flow and everything else. So I would suggest that if we start looking at it, we're looking 2 or 3 years down the road, that gives us a horizon that might be, from planning purposes, a little better than looking at perhaps some of the short-term issues. And we just make sure in the short term we don't overcommit. Okay. Any other comments on the Pilot House lease at the moment?
I have a question, Eileen. Under the charter, is it any lease that's under 3 years just has to come to this board?
Under the charter, yes. Now, there is an ordinance that speaks, well, actually, even the ordinance says that if it's to a charitable organization, it has to come before this board. The under 3 years actually refers to situations where property of the town is being leased to someone at fair market value. And then if the lease is less than 3 years, the first selectman under the ordinance is allowed to negotiate the lease. Query how that blends with the charter provision that says the Board of Selectmen approves all leases. But in this particular instance, the ordinance and the charter provision happen to work together, so it's not a problem.
If it was a longer period, though, it would have to go to the RTM?
Clearly, a longer period would have to go to the RTM, yes.
And it also is clear on that if it's to a nonprofit.
Nonprofit term doesn't matter.
No?
No.
I thought it was for a nonprofit for a nominal value, I was told that.
Nonprofit nominal value, but the 3-year part is
Okay.
not tied into it.
So on
Okay.
this lease, if it went 4 or 5 years, it still wouldn't have to get to the RTM?
I believe that's correct under both the charter and that ordinance. That's my recollection is this particular part of the ordinance does not tie into a specific time frame.
Okay.
Well, that's good for this. I would just, Mike, as you going through your diligence on all the town properties, there's been a frustration that's been echoed through the RTM. I was one of the RTM members, that certain leases seem to be curtailed to fit under that they didn't have to go to the RTM. And, as you go through it, I just suggest maybe that they be brought into the process or whatever, and not, there was some talk that people were playing games with that, and that things were being kept under it, so it didn't have to go to them. And I just, as you go through and things were renewing, you might want to just keep that in mind, because there's been a frustration at times of whether leases are being drafted to not go to them and not be able to ask questions about it. And it doesn't apply to this at all, but just, I know you're in the first 6 months of this, and this might be the first one you've gotten to see, but on other leases, it just might be helpful to at least bring it to the RTM, or not curtail leases that we know are going to renew every 3 years to keep them under the 3-year rule.
Yeah, I think that kind of two thoughts there. One is that this has come up a couple times already.
Sure.
So, but second, I think, Eileen, they all come to the Board of Selectmen, though, right?
Under the charter, they should all come to the Board of Selectmen,
Okay.
I believe, because the charter provision could be read to conflict with the ordinance provision, but the charter provision is the one that should prevail.
Assuming they all come before the Board of Selectmen, what I'd suggest is that we'll have a chance to see them all. So if there's anything that appears to be that
Sure.
case, it will have visibility, at least to this board. We can raise that issue in discussion at that point.
Sure.
So there's nothing that this
Okay.
board won't see, I guess is the other way to say that. Okay. Any comments from the public on the Pilot House lease? I would just remind everybody, please state your name and address, and we're limiting, and it's comments. I'd ask you to keep them under 2 minutes, and that way everybody who wants to can have a chance to comment.
I'm Doreen Caruso. I am the director and founder of Pilot House. I live at 32 Nutmeg Lane here in town. I also live at 240 Colony Street because my husband feels that that's more my home than my real home these days. I'd like to thank you all. We are in a time crunch, so I would appreciate it if we could just make this administrator. We too are trying to go green at Pilot House under our dime with the UI. And so we're trying to obtain a grant to change the lighting in there because we have the old gymnasium. That's our portion of the building. If you're not familiar with the facility, Sullivan McKinney does occupy the whole building. We are within the old gymnasium of the building is what our section is. So we are trying to change how our lighting is done, also our air conditioning, because we do share the boilers with Sullivan McKinney. It's about 100 degrees in our facility. Which is not healthy for our children, so we are at times running the air conditioning, which we are running heat and we are running air conditioning. So we are trying to go green as well. So we are on a time crunch for March to be able to get this grant from UI to obtain and maintain our building portion of it as well. So we would really appreciate it if, I obviously don't want to, commit to something to them if we aren't going to be there after June. So I would appreciate it if there's any questions, please feel free to call us. Sullivan McKinney, as far as the utilities, they own the utilities. The utilities, even for Sullivan McKinney, are built directly to Sullivan McKinney, and they portion out our 12%, and UI is solely on us.
Right.
So if you have, and I did attach one of the current bills from Sullivan McKinney to something that I had sent over, so that is available. So if you have any questions, please feel free.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for coming and for the work that you do.
Thank you.
And the question that I have is in terms of your program has grown tremendously.
Yes.
And from what I've heard from your own correspondence as well as people in the community. And do you anticipate growth that will grow you out of that space eventually, or
Well,
your plan is
we
to
are
be there for
actu-
the next 3 years?
We're planning on staying. Do we want to stay longer? That I don't know. We're looking right now at our long-term facility. Obviously, originally, what our goal was to be at High Street. That was the original, what we were talked about was the Turner site. So originally, that was the goal, was to go to Turner. Unfortunately, with the department, I don't even know where that stands anymore because that's become an afterthought. Department of Defense hadn't, so originally when Ken and I had talked about moving us into Colony Street, it was until Turner became available, because Turner was what the RTM, when it all came down to the vote, was we were going to be able to get a portion of the building, and and then the Park and Rec was going to come in. So that was the outcome of that way back then. That Grassmere was really supposed to be until that became available to us through that committee that was formed. Thus far, that sort of fell by the wayside. Obviously, with the way the economy is, I'm assuming that the Department of Defense has no intentions of turning that over at any time soon, because I'm sure they're not building their facility up in Plainville. So, us knowing that, we are in the process now of figuring out a long-term projection plan on what it looks like for Pilot House. One of the facilities that we are looking at is across the street, the church, St. Emery's Church. I know that where the sisters were, there's something available maybe down long term. So that's an option that we are looking at down the road. But we're very happy where we are. So would we like to extend lease? It's a possibility beyond that. A, because I think it's a good thing to the community, and B, to be honest, we are working with Sullivan McKinney, and we have the seniors, they're very lonely. And so they're coming over to work with our students, which is great for our kids. It's also great for them. They're getting PT and OT through our services. They're also doing drum circle, which is good for them. And it gives them a sense of purpose. So I think where we are has really been a win-win situation. So would I like to, if something else doesn't come to fruition, would I like to come back to you in 3 years and say, hey, we think we're a valuable asset to the community. We're a win-win situation working with Sullivan McKinney. I think we're a great asset to them as well. There's a good chance that we would, but I can't answer that right now. I don't know. But are we planning on leaving Fairfield? No, not at all. We think we're too valuable in this community and too important.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? All right, hearing none, back to this board. Any follow-up comments here?
No, I guess I'd like to make a motion just to amend this, to authorize you to execute the agreement upon the correction of, and provide correct appendix A's and B's. And that'd be my motion, to just add that on at the end. We give you the authority.
Okay, so that's an amendment to the motion that's here.
Yes.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the amendment? Any comments from the public on the amendment? Hearing none, back to the board. Any further comments on the amendment? Ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. On the amendment as clearly articulated by Mr. Walsh. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. So the motion stands before us as amended. Any further comments on the motion as amended? Any comments from the public on the motion as amended? All right. Back to the board. Ready to vote?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's it. Congratulations, Pilot House.
Thank you.
You have a home.
Thank you.
Next up, to hear, consider and act upon a request from the superintendent of schools to approve a lease for the property at 418 Meadow Street. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All right. Discussion. Dr. Title, do we have anything to say?
It's in the memo, so unless there's questions.
Kristen, go right ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Scheidel, for
Yeah.
coming back.
I'm a regular.
Yes.
I don't know, he roots for the Patriots, he can't be that regular.
I know. I won't come to the next couple.
It's in the memo, that's the January 27th memo. It says, "We're also exploring the option to seek properties in Bridgeport, Connecticut." Do you have anything more definitive on that? Have
They-
you actually talked to anyone about specific properties in Bridgeport, or is it?
The realtors we've talked to, we've given them the specifications and said, if you find something that fits it, come back to us, and they haven't. So at this point, that looks like a bit of a dead end to us, and the clock is ticking. So at this point, and Dave Fryer's been on the front lines of this, but it doesn't look like that's a viable alternative, and we've got to get going on this because the thing expires soon. So,
If I might, Dr. Title, I think to your point earlier, that we're looking at a limited time frame here. The lease is up, Dr. Title, for, is it June 1st?
July 1st.
July 1st. Take about 60 days for fit-up, which means we'd have to be in something by May 1st, which means we'd have to find something that's, available, at least coming up within the next couple of months that would allow us to move on that. So to some degree, your point earlier was right on the money. We need to have a much longer horizon when we're looking at some of these. By the time the lease is coming up, it's almost
Right.
too late to make anything more than what I'm going to call a replacement move or an extension on a lease.
Right, we'd like to get a longer-term solution. I mean, as we said, I think last time I was here, that a permanent space, perhaps, which might involve the town acquiring property where we don't pay any rent, which would pay for itself in a short period of time. But that could be a 2 to 3 year operation. So this lease may work out perfectly in terms of its expiration date and when we finally can get through the whole process of acquiring and consolidating our space.
Okay. But just to clarify where we left this off, this had originally come before this board about a month ago. The request from this board, and Mr. Walsh, I think in particular, was to go back out and take a look at the market, make sure this was a reasonable rent, this was a reasonable market space, there wasn't any other property out there that we could get a significant better deal on. I believe there's also been some tenant improvement work done by the Board of Ed for the
Correct.
space that we currently have. So there is some investment. So the trade-off would be basically rent, tenant improvement work, and the cost thereof, and any cost of moving. And so when you evaluate those, were you able to find anything else out there?
No. And the realtor that we worked with said that the square footage cost we're paying right now is the market value. And there's a list on the second page of the memo of a couple, several of the places that were investigated and the pricing, and we have some specific requirements, space requirements, ceiling height and so forth for the kind of work we're doing. So it isn't, you can't just move into any space. And some of them that we looked at would require significant capital investment to bring them up to speed for what we need. And so in an ideal world, we'd love to have a building that's twice as big, that was owned by the town, that we were not paying rent to at all. In the short term, that doesn't look possible, but we would love to work with you to move in that direction.
All right. Any further comment from the board at this moment?
What are the height requirements that you need? So I see you stated a couple times, there's 10, 12, 13-foot ceilings.
Right, that's in the 16 feet.
16 feet.
Yeah, on the-
Did anybody do any analysis with Angel Commercial, was your broker?
Yes.
Is Mr. Angel here?
I don't think we asked.
Okay. Did anybody do, there's some broad-based statements in here that don't really have any factual basis to back them up, which is that it would be very costly to renovate to do the work. What properties would be available, what costs they were? When you talk to Mr. Angel, did he say, I can get you something for $5 a square foot, but it would cost you $80,000? Well, we might be able to make that $80,000 up over the course of the lease. So, is he the one who did that analysis? Like, he would take what your requirements were, try to find a spot, and then he would estimate how much the work was and how much the savings would be to figure out that this wasn't enough?
Well, I didn't do this directly, maybe Dave Fryer can, speak. He spoke to him directly
Okay.
about it.
Is he here?
Yeah, he's here.
All right.
Yeah, Dave's
Well, I'd
here.
like to hear from him.
Yeah,
That'd be great.
he'd be the person that talked to about it.
Would you clarify that question again?
Sure. There's a statement on page 2. I'll direct you to it. It's the second bullet point. Less expensive properties can be found. However, they would require costly renovation work. These could be found in the 10 square foot range. Now, when you say renovations to be found, was analysis done by either you or by Mr. Angel, who was our broker, to say, I looked at these 10 other properties, but the estimated cost is $150,000 to get it to where it is, and doing some type of cost-benefit analysis, it doesn't make sense. It makes sense to rent at the $13+ a foot where we are.
That comment about the $10 and the expense to fix up a property came from Mr. Angel. And it was in reference to a property that was on Kings Highway, just beyond the central office. He said, there's a space there, it's in the Bridgeport side. He said, it's really dilapidated, but that's the kind of thing you would find for $10 a square foot. It would need a very, very thorough renovation. That's where that statement came from. I did not look at it. He said it would not, it didn't fit our needs anyway after I'd given him all the information that we had. He said that some of the properties that are available, especially, we did stress that perhaps we go over the Bridgeport line if it was not too far over the line. He said some of those properties are really run down, and that's where this was coming from. The properties on this side, as you see on the Fairfield side, we looked at several properties that were very expensive. And he felt, and he made the statement also, that the $13 to $14 a square foot range was a fair market price for the type of space we're looking for.
Okay, on a rental basis, was any exploration done on maybe a building in Bridgeport that might be for sale? There are a number of buildings that the city of Bridgeport has had to take back because they've been abandoned by people who didn't want to pay their taxes. Commercial operations. You see them driving up 95 with all blown out windows. The question is, you guys are talking about maybe the town finding you guys a building, but has any effort been expended on trying to think like, well, maybe if we found something right now, we could buy it for next to nothing, because the city of Bridgeport would probably love to get this off their hands and have someone pay taxes on it, and use the money that we were going to spend on the lease to fit it up, to put a heating system in there, to put windows in there, and to have a permanent home for yourselves that you're talking about.
No,
Okay.
that effort was not made on my part.
Right.
I did stress to the two parties that we have spoken with, both Angel and Fischel, that we would be interested in something along that line. I didn't get to a whole bunch of detail because we're so tight in time frame here. But I don't know that that's available. I don't know that they know that that's available.
And
I'm not
I
sure
think
that we could acquire, I don't know, I mean, maybe we could. I wasn't thinking that we could actually purchase a property in Bridgeport. In other words, that being a Fairfield-based thing, we were thinking of a rental in Bridgeport. Not even sure that we would pursue that. I don't know whether legally we could do it or not, or whether the town, could do that. And that was just
Yeah,
my mind. I think the discussion we had last time was more about, was there something in Bridgeport that they were so desperate to rent, it was $7 a square foot or $5 a square foot that could get us over the hump until we could get to a more permanent solution. That was not going through my mind that we would actually be able to acquire property in Bridgeport as part of this transaction, so.
I think part of the challenge is just the timing. Right now, we've had about a month to go through, and this is a lot to come back with in just that short a time period. I think, Kristen, both you and Jim are getting the same point in terms of if you're going to look at some of the long-term issues and do some of that trade-off, it's got to be finding it, Mr. Walsh, as you're aware, closing on it, but then also getting the fit-up work done and everything, and that overlap time period is perhaps more than we have at this point. But I think that gets back to the point that we discussed earlier, which is going back, looking at what the town's facilities are and what our space needs are, and take a little bit longer term look at that, and not do that in the heat of we need space by May 1st to get someplace. So that in fact we have a chance to negotiate and perhaps look at different alternatives and get some quotes on the fit up, because if the fit up's going to be significant, that's something else we're going out to bid on, which then also takes a little bit more time to do that.
And I really think there's got to be a priority on doing that, because we're not good at that, and we never do it. And when I say never, I say never, because it's never happened. I mean, this happened with the current Board of Education space where they are right now, with Mr. Fischel's purchase option that came up. and we were being presented in here saying, oh, we got to extend, or else he's going to exercise the purchase option. Meanwhile, I'd gone into the first selectman 3 years ago to say, why don't we start doing something, maybe swap out for some of his space where Mr. Fischel built on Mill Plain Road. And said, why don't you look at it, talk to Mr. Fischel, let's have a lead time, let's do it 3 years in advance, so we have a full year to build it out, maybe swap properties or something, but there's never any emphasis until it comes down to 3 months or 4 months or 5 months beforehand, and by then it's too late. I would suggest to Dr. Title that unless you guys do it, you're going to be continuing to pay rent, and market rents, and Fairfield market rents, which are high. Because if it's not a priority for you, it's certainly not going to be a ton of priority on our side, because what's going to happen is you're going to get this lease, everyone's going to be happy, it's going to be part of your budget for the entire lease term, and then you're going to be coming back to us 3 years from now, saying, hey, I'm in the same spot, you guys have any town property that's hanging around in inventory, which we never do have. So unless you make it a priority and start spending time, or or the Board of Education sets up a committee and starts saying, how do we find something, it's not going to get done.
I think it has to be cooperative with the town.
Yeah.
It's always been that way. And I also want to say that this was not brought to the Board of Selectmen's attention for the first time in January, 5 months before the lease was expired. This had been percolating back a good year prior to expiration and sort of got lost in the shuffle. So I don't want to
Yep,
point
and-
fingers, but this is not something that all of a sudden in January we decided, oh, the lease is up, we got to do something.
Yeah. And to Dr. Title's point, I think we've tried to establish a new process and a new realm of communication in doing that. But Kristen, you had some points?
Well, yeah, and I think two issues. One related specifically to this lease is we're looking at trying to redo our process and really make some structural changes as a board and as a town. So to that end, we're looking at a lease that 3.5 years from now will be expiring, and do we want to be committed? I'm raising the question, do we want to be committed for that long? I understand that opens a can of worms, and I'll come back to that in a second. And I guess secondly, we may not be able as a board to really discuss this in detail until the budget season has passed, but I would actually ask that we at least be given a list and provided a list of what leases are going to be expiring sometime in the next 2 to 3 years, so that we at least know and it's out there on the table for us to consider and prepare for that conversation. I think it would be better to have that sooner rather than later, because it's frustrating. You know, I recognize that this conversation has been going on, and it's time for us to make a change in how we do business. So if we can do that, that would be great.
And speaking of that change, I mean, at some point, this purchase option on your current location for the Board of Education is coming up again.
Yes.
And the same fire drill is going to happen unless people start doing something about that today. Because I will tell you from conversations with numerous people who are on boards of finance and RTMs, that the thought of doing a lease on Class A office space is not very palatable to people. So, this is going to be coming up, and someone should start forming a committee now to try to figure out what's going to happen with that.
Any other comments on the lease before us?
Question actually related to the lease, and this may be through the chair to Ms. Kennelly. What about the terms of the lease? I mean, right now, is there any other, I know we're on a tight time frame. Do we want to look at the option of making this a shorter lease in the interest of being able to have the flexibility as we move forward and study this issue in a broader way?
Actually, if I can answer that, I think the answer is no. We don't want this is not grade A space, this is not prime space. We don't want this space to be the driver for us making a decision. I think that to the discussion that we had about identifying priorities in space, as you did and Mr. Walsh did, I think we want to look at what the drivers are, when those spaces come up, and we want to move in with this. This is a smaller amount of space that we can use to bridge and get in at, but I don't think this is going to be the driver, and you don't want to force us to do something based on what this space is.
Speaking to Ms. McCarthy-Vahey's point, though, was there any consideration put into shortening up the time in order to not have it go as far? Was there any conversations with the landlord in regards to maybe having it 2 years, which would give us some time to do some planning?
Actually, I didn't participate in any of those discussions, so I can't say there were, there weren't. I would, and be happy to hear that, but I would suggest that we don't want to make this the driver of finding new space. And we need the list that Kristen was talking about earlier to say, what are the end dates for these leases, so we can line those up and look for what spaces will drive us towards that decision. You need the keystone space, if you will. Because if you're going to look at buying something, you need something that's big enough that drives that. If you're going to look at renting a bigger space and fixing it up at a lower rent. So I think you really need a keystone driver in that. And I don't think this is the one to do that with. But I will
Thank you.
defer
Pam,
to any comments.
Pam
Ms.
Iacono,
Iacono?
Chairman of the Board of Education. I just want to stress that we sent a letter 2 years ago asking for this lease to be addressed and the fact that we needed more space, so it's nothing new. But the prior administration just put us off. And it's been past practice that that's what we do. We come to you, we ask for the space, and then you tell us what we can do. If that procedure is going to change and we're supposed to be setting up a committee, finding our own space and asking you to then fund it, we need clear direction on that because that's not what we've done in the past. So I just want to make sure that we're clear as a board how we should be directing our superintendent to take care of these issues. So however it is that you want to work that, if you can all make sure you clearly communicate it. And Dr. Title's right, we want to work with you to do this, and we certainly want to save money. That was the driving factor when we sent the letter 2 years ago. It doesn't make us happy to have to do this at the 11th hour either. But what we really need is clear direction on how to move forward from here. Obviously, we have a time crunch. We need the space based on the memo that Dr. Title wrote. You know, we're sort of locked into having to do this, but we don't want to do this past the time frame in here. We want a long-term solution. How is it that you want us to solve that? So,
Was that a letter addressed to the Board of Selectmen, or was it addressed to the first Selectmen? Because Dr. Title made reference that this board should have some type of knowledge about it, but I've been on this board for 20 months, and I've never seen anything regarding this piece of property, ever.
I'd have to go
And
back.
it doesn't surprise me, possibly because I don't sometimes get stuff that's, copied on, so, so if it was, I'd like to know about it.
We can look up the memo. I don't know if it was CC'd to the Board of Selectmen or not, but I do know that it was sent to the first Selectman. Whether or not he shared it with the board, I don't know offhand. I don't know if you remember.
I know on the issue of the 501 Kings Highway site, that started shortly after I got here, and I know Tom Cullen is fanatical about this and sends letters to and I did believe, all the ones I saw went to the first selectman, and the message always came back, don't worry about it, we'll take care of you, we're working on it. Just cool your heels over here. We'll take care of it, we'll do this. And that was apparently the understanding of how the operation works. So if the operation is going to work differently, then great. All for it.
I guess, obviously, it's at the pleasure of this board, but I think back to my point earlier, my first request would be, just for conversation here, that we ask the Board of Education to provide a list of all leases in which they're engaged and involved and when those expirations are, and to provide that comprehensive list to the board. And then, the same on the town side, through Mr. White or Ms. Kennelly or anyone. So just
We have 3 of them, they're all negotiated by your office, you've got them all. I mean, it's not a big secret, all right? There's 501 Kings Highway, there's this, and then there's Alternative High School, that's it.
It's there, it's in our long-range plan.
Right.
It's been discussed at the table over and over again. Letters have been
Right.
sent. We can pull past letters that we've sent to
Right.
the previous administration if you,
I'm not sure that will solve anything, let's
But-
try to move forward.
I think the issue is if we've
Right.
got 3 leases, we know when the end dates are, and we can.
Right,
Right.
that's it.
right. We
Work
just need
together on
direction
planning how
from
best-
you
Right.
guys
Yeah.
on how it is that you want
Right.
them handled.
Right.
We'll do our best to give that to you.
Thank you.
In the short term, we'd like this approved.
Thank you.
To be clear.
Any other board questions on the lease in front of us? All right. Any comments from the public on the item before us? Seeing none, back to the board. We're ready?
Yes.
Kristen?
Yep.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Congratulations, Board of Ed, you have a lease.
Thank you.
but Dr. Titleist has been commented on. Why don't we plan on sitting down once the heat of the budget season's over and talk about how best to do some longer-range planning. June looks good.
Budget season being
Yep. Are there many people here interested in the Riverfield item that's on the agenda? Okay. What I'm going to suggest is we move that up. I think they're, with the pleasure of this board, just move that up one item, so we take that next.
Okay.
Sequence. We need an official vote on that to move it up. All right. And I think it needs to be 2/3, which on this board is pretty easy. All in favor of moving the item 10 up to the next item on the agenda? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is before us, Board of Ed, to hear, consider, and act upon the establishment of a Riverfield Building Committee and to approve the charge and members for this committee. We've had a number of discussions on this, at least I have offline. There were a number of items that had to get done to take this item up today, and frankly, I'm the problem. I had some personal issues, I guess is the best way to describe that, over the last week that prevented me from doing some of the follow-up things I needed to do. So with the permission of my colleagues and your support, I'd like to postpone this to a date certain, being next Wednesday at 4:30, and a special meeting with just this item. That will let us finish those items up, take this up in time to get it on the RTM agenda, so the overall schedule for this would not be adjusted by this change. And if I can get a second on that.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on the postponement?
Is your proposal to have a list of people that you're proposing?
Yes.
Okay.
And a charge
In charge, okay.
for our discussion.
Okay.
And again,
No
it's,
problem. I just was inquiring.
any comment from the public on the postponement? Mr. Leslie? Mr. Leslie, if you'd come up to the front, state your name and other relevant information.
Hi, Don Leslie, 160 Hunter Road, being a resident at the moment. There was a question that came around that I heard some discussions about, and the question is, are you actually going to make the whole committee at this time when you do it next week?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments from the public? All right, back to the board. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, guys, and I will get that done. All right, next up, Director of Public Works, to hear, consider, and act upon a resolution to accept the Connecticut STEEP Grant, 2012, in the amount of $400,000, and to authorize the first selectman to execute such grant agreement with the state to reconstruct the Penfield parking lot. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All right. Mr. White, will you take us through?
Sure. Good afternoon. We received a notice from the state that our application for the $400,000 STEEP grant was approved to reconstruct the Penfield Pavilion parking lot and build additional sidewalks which lead up to the building. Just as a way of background, in 2008 we received a $400,000 STEEP grant. STEEP stands for Small Town Economic Assistance Program. We received a $400,000 grant in 2008 to help offset the cost of replacing the east wing, the first phase of the pavilion project. The west wing was completed this summer, and in order to keep the project cost down, we decided to use the DPW crews to do the following work. We demolished the building and demolished and disposed of the building material. We constructed the entire foundation for the new west wing. We did any related site work throughout the project. And finally, we had anticipated reconstructing the parking lot. So to that end, in the Penfield project, I have been carrying $182,000 for the materials. And the assumption was, again, that we'd be using DPW labor to do the work. When the opportunity came up to apply for a steep grant, we decided to include the parking lot project because it provides the following benefits. It frees up the DPW crew to do spring catch-up work. Second, it frees up $182,000 budgeted for the lot in the Penfield project budget to be used for another project, which I'll discuss, which is constructing a bulkhead around the perimeter of the pavilion to better protect the building and significantly decrease the tidal surge flooding that affects the adjacent neighborhoods. And finally, it allows us to construct additional sidewalks for pedestrians from the immediate neighborhoods to safely access the facility. With respect to reconstructing the parking lot, we decided to use a technique that's more aesthetically pleasing and better for the environment, and it's the use of these pavers. This is about 1 foot by 1 foot, and 3 inches thick this way. And this is just one of many different designs that are out there. But basically, it's concrete. It's set into a gravel base in the parking lot, and it would be located where the cars would park. And in a large area, that's a picture of a parking lot that was done with these. We did a mock-up of what it would look at Penfield. Again, this is an old aerial, so it has the old building, but this is the existing parking lot. And what we would do is the travel ways, where people drive around looking for a space, would be traditional asphalt paving. And these pavers that I just showed you would be used in all the spaces where the cars park. And again, it does a couple of things. It does break up the look of the parking lot, so it's not just one huge asphalt lot. The second thing, environmentally, is because the cars park over them, any contaminants that come out of the cars, leaky oil, whatever, goes into the soil. When rain hits the parking lot, it's graded so that it will flow like a sheet flow over these areas, giving the water, the storm water, a chance to infiltrate into these pavers and again into the ground. And that's very beneficial because as water washes across any parking lot or streets, it picks up a lot of contaminants, organic contaminants from whatever it might be in the parking lot, from food to animal waste, etc. And by allowing it to infiltrate back into the soil, it works the same as like a septic system, your leaching field. It gets it back into the ground, and you have microbial action that actually digests and eats that pollutant material. So you end up with no problem. Otherwise, the water would, again, wash over the parking lot, pick up those contaminants, go into the storm drains, and then eventually shoot out to Long Island Sound without any treatment. It's also beneficial in all of town, and in particular on Fairfield Beach Road, and it's favored by TPZ, one of the things that we presented to them, because it increases the pervious area in the lot, or decreases the impervious area, whichever way we're going to look at it, so that you get less runoff from the lot into the stormwater system. And that decreases, theoretically, water that might contribute to flooding, et cetera. But it's a very small incremental amount compared to a large amount of water that you have in a flood. But it's a step in the right direction, and it's a step that TPZ, conservation, et cetera, when they review new projects, are trying to encourage these type of parking lots, little rain gardens, things like that, to get the water back into the ground versus having it run off, pick up pollutants, and end up into the stormwater system. The other part of the project is just extending sidewalks in the area, and this would be the main piece that we would do. There's some small sections that we might get to do also that are missing, but there's nothing on this side of the street. And this would allow people to get from the pavilion, there's a sidewalk in front here, to get from the pavilion all the way across past these homes, the tennis club, all the way down here to this pocket park on Beach Road. There is a crosswalk here, so these people could take advantage of that. And then once you get up to any of these other places, the sight line is so good you can cross over to the other side of the street. So the idea would be to construct a 5-foot wide sidewalk here. We have checked with Bill Hurley, who's been working with the different groups that are promoting bike paths, et cetera, in town. And this would not preclude putting a bike path, bikeway on this road because it is wide enough. This is a pretty constructible project in the sense that there aren't a lot of trees, it's 2 or 3. There is right-of-way there that is grass or in different conditions, so it's fairly easy. The sidewalk would be 5 foot wide, and so we don't come out into the street and interfere with any future bikeways, et cetera. It would not have a grass strip on it. It would be curb, 5 feet of parking, 5 feet of pavement for the sidewalk, and that'll be it. If you want, I'll briefly get into, one of the benefits, which is to free up the money in the project for another use, which is constructing a bulkhead around the facility. Again, this is the best we got. This is an old aerial photograph, but it really shows you what's going on here. This old pavilion sat there like a dam, basically. It sits between, what I've shown in yellow here is high land, which was created as a berm. It ends here and ends over here, goes along the parking lot as a wall, and then ties into high ground by the Jackie Durrell Pavilion. So because it was lower and it sat in the sand more, it did literally acted as a dam. Although it did get breached in certain storms, instead of the 92 storms, it did get breached to a certain extent. What obviously happened when the new building was built, this is the east wing, and this is the west wing, it had to meet FEMA code, which meant that the first floor elevation had to be at 12 feet higher than what the old one was, and that necessitated it to be up on piers like this. And the assumption that was in play was that the water would come across the sound and could go underneath the building without harming the piers, etc. Because of a March storm, it was a no-name storm. It was just a high tide with a bad onshore wind for maybe 12 plus hours. We got pretty surprised that the water did come through here pretty good, and once it does come past this building, then because this is all flat, relatively flat land, it starts heading up Penfield Road in particular, and can contribute to flooding, if this is not the only source, to everything south of Edward Street, from maybe as far down as here all the way up to Reef Road. So what we did based on that March storm was go back immediately and construct a skirt around the building. A wooden skirt all the way around the perimeter, really in the front side, to prevent the water from coming underneath. And we were trying to simulate what was there before. It was a building sitting there, and it had a skirt on it, and somehow it acted like a dam. Although this is higher, we I thought, made a good effort. We engineered a skirt in the sense we had pretty good supporting boards. We tied it into the beam, the member here, et cetera. Actually had it buried into the sand somewhat. But then the Irene hurricane came along, and it failed because projectiles went into it, smashed into it. And the two of the major ones were two of the lifeguard chairs that broke loose, or fell over, broke loose, and went into it. And you could say, with retrospect, well, we should have removed the lifeguard chairs. I agree with that. But they weren't the only things that came across. There were two pretty good-sized trees that were up against the building. And when we crawled in underneath the building to see, you know, if there was any damage to the footings, et cetera, we found a pretty good-sized piece of an old dock, a piling that had poked its way through. So I guess we learned from our lessons, it wasn't the way to protect it, because at any given time, even if we took in the future, took the lifeguard chairs off the beach, you never know what's going to come across Long Island Sound during a storm. So it isn't the way to go. So we needed to move to a more permanent solution, and what we've been discussing with the Flood and Erosion Board is a bulkhead that would be a more traditional bulkhead. And I know this picture doesn't simulate what we have, but it's essentially the same construction. Wooden timbers, about 3 by 12 or so, that are grooved together, are driven into the ground. They're backed up by pilings that are driven into the ground. And these things are pretty deep. The pilings are down 16 feet in the ground with 4-foot exposure. And these are down 12 feet with 4 feet exposure, 8 in the ground. So it's a pretty substantial bulkhead. The purpose being to take, during a storm, a tidal surge, the pressure of water leaning against this bulkhead, also taking the extra load that you get from waves that might hit this, and then the third unexpected is if some projectile finds its way to ram into this. So this is traditional conservative way to protect a structure like this. And as far as the looks go, again, you'd be looking at something like this would weather. Because we're putting it in the front of the building, we have the opportunity to push sand up against it, you know, minimize the exposure of it so it doesn't look like a huge wall all around the building. We can really work it into, we feel we can work it into the building to not look, you know, obtrusive. So that's basically the project.
Any questions? Would this be right up against the building?
It will be as close to the building as we can get it. The only thing that determines that is driving these as close as we can. And they get vibrated down into the soil to do that.
Kristen?
In terms of the sand that you talked about, will that require extra sand or just moving the sand that's already there to push it up against the wall?
Part and part. I mean, we do have some extra sand that we can push around there. That beach is really dynamic in the sense that the last 2 storms took the sand and it's laying right offshore. We can't get it out there, but we've had the experience where another storm from a different direction will bring it back up. In the springtime, we do that. If it's there, we'll move that up there. We have other locations where we can strip some sand off because we have extra sand there. Sasko Beach being one. We did a dredging project quite a few years ago, not quite, about 4 or 5 years ago, where we dredged sand from Southport Harbor and ended up piling it on Sasko Beach and building it up in areas that are pretty high. So.
Can I follow up with that? Just environmentally, there's no problem with doing any of that or with driving the
No.
pilings in or anything?
No, as long as you're above the high tide mark, which is just way above that, you you're fine.
If I might?
Yep.
Mr. White, just to clarify, we had a budget approved for this project. We currently have 182,000 approximately left in that budget.
Yes,
If we didn't approve any of this, we didn't get the steep grant, we could finish Penfield, finish the parking lot with that 182,000 with the help of DPW labor.
yes,
All right. So that would be the project as originally defined.
yes,
Now, two things have happened. One, we got a steep grant for 400,000,
yes,
which lets us basically pay for material and labor outside of DPW
yes,
to get the parking lot done and that sidewalk
Correct.
that you talked about.
Correct.
All the way down.
correct,
In addition, because of our experience during March and Irene, we realized we have a flood and erosion problem.
for real, yes.
And now we can take the money that was previously approved as part of the Penfield building project, that 182,000, and use that towards helping clear up
Correct,
a
that
flood and
issue.
erosion problem.
Correct,
So in essence, we get multiple benefits out of the steep grant in doing this.
correct,
Okay, now, if we didn't get the steep grant, we would have finished up the parking lot, then we would have had to come back to the appropriate boards to get additional funding for the flood and erosion control mitigation.
yes. That's the way I had it laid out until we just received the letter last week, right?
Okay. I just wanted to kind of follow the money.
No, I know, I understand.
To see
Taking-
how we are.
I understand.
You want to go, Kristen?
Just in terms of the original project, from a bonding standpoint, is there any issue or problem with taking that 182,000? How's that defined in the scope of the original project? I don't have the bond document in front of me. I know we've had issues with that in the past, and I want to make sure we're consistent.
I think the building committee needs to go back to the bond resolution and certainly Mr. Hiller and perhaps bond counsel and just confirm that that's possible. And certainly if it's not, then we can either modify the bond resolution or make an additional appropriation if that were the option. But to the extent that it fits within that, that might be an easier way to go.
Has anybody looked at it, the fiscal officer, anybody looked at that?
I haven't spoken with bond counsel specifically about that, but I don't think that there is planning to be at the Board of Finance meeting on Tuesday evening where this would be discussed if it was passed here along with the subsequent item. I don't see that there's, because it's all interrelated, that I don't think that,
And just to clarify, what we're voting on here is the steep grant.
yeah, to the parking lot.
The flood and erosion control piece is something that would be part of the plan, but not contingent on the steep grant?
Correct.
All right, so the clarification with the bond council is something that should come and will come before that money is spent or appropriated in that regard, to clarify that for the board.
That's it. Paul, thanks, appreciate it. Rich, these pavers that you're planning on putting in under the plan, how do they react to like frost heave? I mean, is this something that's going to be a continual maintenance item where these things pop up or could pop up, and then we're going to have to go out there and dig them up, flatten it out again?
No, it really shouldn't be, because what you're doing is, it does involve not just sitting them on top of the sand that's there, but it's excavating out a foot or foot and a half, which is sand still down below, good drainable sand, but putting in stone and some filter fabric and then bedding them in sand again. So they're really locked in there. And they are used in a lot of different locations, and they're in parking lots where they're actively plowed, et cetera, up here.
So there's no problem with plowing at all?
No, no.
The other question I have, I guess, is how do they react, to the extent you know, since I have no knowledge about these, if we had another situation like the storm we just had, where maybe for several tides in a row they were underwater, and would that potentially affect them or not at all?
It really shouldn't, because again, they're locked in pretty good. They'll absorb some of the water, and believe me, it's, again, infinitesimal small compared to how much water is in the area. But that's what they're designed to do.
Okay. Is the plan to then paint lines over these pavers so that the public knows where to park and how to park? Or?
Yes, we have to. We can do that. No problem with that. If we think that it interferes with the aesthetics in some way. We can we can make the lines at the edge of them to define the spaces, but the preferable way, probably so that there's no confusion, would be to paint the traditional lines on these, which you can paint. So,
Is there a way to put different color paver to create stone lines so that you wouldn't have to do that all the time? I mean, I don't know enough
yeah,
about
I
masonry.
know. I'm not aware. I'm not aware that they make a different color product. They all seem to be like the natural colors of gray and brown. And,
It might be something you want to explore with a mason contractor, I guess you decide to use, or whoever you decide to use. The asphalt sidewalk, we have enough room in the right-of-way going in front of the beach club? Because
Yes.
I don't know whether there is any more, but there used to be some pretty decent-sized hedges going along the front of their property, blocking their fence, their tennis fence.
Yeah, we drove it the other day, because we had done it a long time ago, and we just make sure that nothing grew up. No, we saw a few scrubby trees that we have to work with the tree warden for permission to take down. I don't know if they did some clearing. They did
I
some
thought they
work.
did, I thought they did some clearing
Yeah.
last summer to some degree, but I just didn't know whether anybody had entertained conversations with them, whether they planned on putting stuff back to protect their privacy or not.
No, but at that time, we had the conversation with them because they asked permission to come out further.
Mhm.
And we denied it and told them that our intent was to put a sidewalk in. So they're aware that
Okay.
they shouldn't be doing that.
You're putting asphalt sidewalks as opposed to concrete. What is because I know in different areas in town, we use different types. The asphalt are kind of, I don't want to say new, they've been around for a while, but they seem to go in areas where you're going over roots and around, large trees and stuff like that. Are they more expensive to maintain over time, or what's the reason for putting one versus the other? Is it cost, is it something else?
Yeah, it's, they're about half the cost of concrete. And their lifespan is less than concrete in general. Believe it or not, they're less noticeable and people, favor that. There are existing, this here, whole stretch here is asphalt that we're tying into. And we try to, one part of the thought decision is to match what we have there. So it was mostly driven by the cost and trying to get as much done for the bang for our buck. And again, there aren't a lot of trees, so it shouldn't get disturbed a lot. And the material underneath it is very drainable, so you don't get the frost heaving, so that it gives the asphalt the best chance to survive as long as it can.
Jim, if I might, Kristen, do you have something?
Go ahead, stick with the sidewalk.
Who's going to be responsible for shoveling these sidewalks during snow? Because currently, under our regulations, it's the property owner. A residential property owner has a certain amount of time under our current town code
Right.
to shovel them. And if you're a commercial operation, you also have a certain amount of time to get that cleared. Is the beach club going to be responsible, and do they have any idea that this is coming, that they're going to be responsible when they're closed for the winter time? That they're going to still have to have maintenance now that goes a fair stretch
Right.
down to
As a courtesy, I'll make them aware of it as soon as possible. It's certainly going to be not a pleasant surprise for them. I know they do have some maintenance there in the winter because they keep their exterior handball courts, what do you call those, raised courts, functioning.
Platform tennis?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And, yeah,
But I know,
paddle.
right, but it is their responsibility, and as a courtesy, we'll tell them as soon as possible, but it's,
They might want to get into their budget
yeah.
the upcoming year. Because they will probably have some, if they fail to do it, will have some form of liability, correct? Okay.
Well, the way the regulation is written, they're given 24 hours to clear the sidewalk after a storm. But we try to be reasonable with that. If it's a horrendous
Sure.
storm, that timeline get extended. They don't do it, we send out letters. If that doesn't work, we have the right to go in with a contractor and do it and backfill them, and that's in the regulations. That usually gets people's attention.
Related, just to follow up about the sidewalks. And I would also add, if you can contact all the neighbors, and that's actually a question, have you had any conversation with the neighborhood association related to the sidewalks or any of the folks down there about the plan?
No.
Okay. So just to follow up on that, I would ask that you would, just related to the whole bike pedestrian piece, I also know that that neighborhood association has been involved in those conversations, so if you can talk with them as well.
Right.
I think that'd be great.
There's no doubt about it that to your point, the Fifth Beach Road Association has been very vocal in pushing for sidewalks in this whole area, especially in the approach to the pavilion, because they supported our efforts to put sidewalks in down on that side, and they realized the need for them to come from this side too. But I understand there's always concern how the neighbors look at it, and giving them the courtesy of a heads up is appropriate.
Another question, yes, that's the prevention is key, so we don't have the problems later on, as Mr. Walsh was saying. You have suggested that it would be the curb and then the 5 feet of sidewalk immediately adjacent to the road in order to allow space for the bike pedestrian plan. I thank you for following up on that after our conversation the other day, and I guess my question is that as this plan moves forward and you do have conversation with the neighbors in terms of the design and exactly how that goes, is there flexibility within this? If we approve this today, does it allow you to make some modifications to exactly how you end up laying out the sidewalk?
Sure. I mean, that's the nature of it. I mean, when we went down here, it was challenging because many people, and unfortunately a couple of here have done the same thing. They put their landscaping into the right-of-way. We had to work with them to correct that, go around trees that needed to be saved, et cetera, move mailboxes, et cetera. But the crew is very successful in being good diplomats and getting that done.
Another.
Go ahead.
Related to the parking lot, you mentioned the word excavation that would need to happen. Do we have any concerns about the soil that is in that parking lot
No.
and its cleanliness?
One of the few places that's virgin soil. I mean, we have test pits down there. We had to put in a lot of trenches to service a new building. We replaced all the utilities in the parking lot. Every time we dug up the parking lot, it was basically what you expect, sand underneath the gravel that was underneath the pavement. So, no surprises.
Anything else? Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, in regards to the steep grant itself and what was applied for, I thought when we were talking about this a year ago, or when we started talking about the finalization of the second phase of the project, that we talked about applying for a steep grant, and then that steep grant, I'm speaking with some of the state representatives, was going to be some of it was supposed to be used on the parking lots that are across the street, for providing decorative vegetation, trees, shrubbery, landscaping. I don't see anything in here for that.
No.
And is that a violation of our steep grant?
No. The key number is, and quite frankly, it's a tough one to get hold of, was the labor to do this. I know what the material costs are to put the pavers in. We got a rock solid number to do the aisles with the traditional paving. That all we're familiar with. The labor to do it, I reached out to different landscapers to get prices for it, and it was really all over the place for quotes. When I back into the number and look at how many hours I think it would take, et cetera, I think it's going to be less or a lot less than the number I have in there, which would give us the opportunity, because it isn't, I don't think it's precluded, I'll check with them, but the steep grant, of all the grants we deal with, are the most flexible to work with. And when we say Penfield Pavilion lot, these lots are Penfield Pavilion lots too. So I don't think, if I could have a conversation with them, they would have a problem if I had the extra money to go over here to do the things that we need to do to make these more usable.
No, I understand. I guess I understand that part. My question was, in our steep grant application, were we trying to sell them that we were going to be doing stuff on the lots, the 2 lots that are part of the parking lots across the street from the pavilion?
No,
Did we say that we were going to be putting vegetation in there, doing anything within the lots
No.
itself?
No, my original submission was out to was like the 500,000, which included that. And then when I was told that the maximum we were going to get was 400, I stripped that out.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Yeah,
So
I
so
didn't-
that was stripped out at a certain point?
yeah, no, so they didn't even see that piece of it, as far as I know.
Okay.
Anything else on the board? Kristen?
Just to follow up, Rich, so what you're saying is the number that you have in the memo here for the contract labor
Yes,
that's on the high end, and it's based on you going out to quotes from a few landscapers and also just your own calculation of what you think it'll take time-wise.
right. What I was saying is that it was difficult to get quotes on this because the people that do this are doing driveways in small areas, and I think their price per square foot tends to be higher for that. When you get an area where you're already mobilized and it's just doing the same thing over and over and over, that price might come down. And when I imagine what the crew would take to do this and the hours and that seems on the high side, but I didn't want to go away from the prices that they were giving me because it was the only thing I had. So, but it gives us flexibility. It's all good news in a sense that I think we'll come in less and it gives us opportunity to do more. So,
That's my other follow-up question is, in terms of doing more, Mr. Walsh is talking about vegetation in that parking lot, or those 2 parking lots across the street. Is that your plan, or what was envisioned? What
Well,
was that original steep application
right,
that
the
had the other?
immediate problem with the lots across the street is that they're just, it's basically grass and a field and it turns into a mud hole. It gets all grooved out, there's what do you call it, puddles there, et cetera. So the first thing that needs to be done is to put gravel in there, even things off so that you don't have those puddles and those type of problems. And we can do that to get it a stable place so we would go in there, they don't anticipate either getting stuck or stepping out into a puddle. We can take care of that. The second thing is we have these poles here, which is just simply telephone poles that define the space or the aisles as the best we could. Well, they float away every time there's a storm. So I mean, it's just a matter of going in there and either coming up with a curb setup or pinning these down. Just a very simple thing. And the third thing in my priorities would be we have really beautiful natural grass plants all around this, but there's a lot of holes in it. So if we finish that, it would have a very natural look like you'd see on like a Cape Cod parking lot or something like that. So those would be my top 3 priorities.
Just to play devil's advocate a little bit, if we're putting gravel in there, doesn't that impact the permeability and that we're trying to get to in the other?
No, because what we've got there now is tight dirt. So we would scrape some of that out, put the gravel in there. We can change the grade somewhat so that the water gets to the catch basins better. And that's what just needs to be done.
Anything else? Jim?
What happens if when you put this out, I guess there's going to be an RFP, is that correct?
This would be a bid.
Yeah, if it comes in higher than the 400,000, are we going to have to, the town would be responsible for the difference? Or would that come out of your 182,000 you have left in your budget?
No, I would try, I don't anticipate it, but if it did, we would do what we can economically do best. For example, if a landscaper comes in and is used to doing just driveways and that, and he can do it, we're going to break up the bid in an incremental way so that would add alternates and add deducts. So it gives us the most flexibility to get the job done. And if we have pieces in there, for example, one thing that the town, because they have big equipment and the skills to do quickly, is we could rip off all the pavement for them and grade it down. The second thing we could do is put the base in. So all those things are going to be priced out separately to make sure we get the job done, either with in-house labor if we have to supplement it, and/or they do the whole thing.
That's it. Anything else?
Okay, thank you.
Any public comment at this time? please come up front and identify yourself.
Linda Crowley, 112 Valley Boulevard, Fair Acres. I was the former president of the Fair Acres Association for 12 years, and in the millennium, which was when we did the beach grass planting, which we have now, it also included the safety of the residents and the summer visitors to keep them off the road. And the sidewalk was always advocated to go from Beach Road to Reef Road. And as we know, the last couple of years, we finally have from the Roland Road section completed to Reef Road, which took 3 years to do. And in conjunction with the Fairfield Beach Residents Association since 2008, and also with engineer Bill Hurley, we met on a monthly basis with the police and fire as well here in town, because then the bike pedestrian project came along. So the neighborhood in that area along Fairfield Beach Road up to the Post Road really is aware of it. The only difference is that this sidewalk is now going to be placed on the side of the water side instead of the side where the residents are. And they look forward to this with great vigor. It's just the fact that every time there was an effort to try to do it, we were always on some sort of list, never got up high enough, and never had the money to finish the project. So this in itself would be a blessing. It would be a safety feature and also a risk factor in the sense that when the road does get flooded from the storms, at least the people are walking off the road and a little bit higher so that they can safely get, for access and egress. The other thing is that with the landscaping and with the lot across, as we were talking there, again, that was a funding measure. And because of the storms, especially if there's a heavy rain, there's tremendous ponding, and because it doesn't drain, as Rich said, with the water being so tight, worries were then about the mosquito population, because it would take probably a week before it would dry up. So very, very pleased to hear that some attention could be brought to that as far as the drainage. But more than that, to be able to see this sidewalk would be a benefit to the town as well as to anyone using it for a long period of time. As far as the asphalt and the concrete, because it's on sand, it's a 50-50 proposition. You could have a concrete sidewalk and say it would last a little longer, but then the sand ships. So perhaps because it's on the beach, it may not last as long as asphalt anyway.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments from the public? All right, seeing none, back to the board.
So, Selectman, can I ask Rich one more question? During the last storm, that hurricane, there was it turned into like a little bit of an island that was created at the bottom of Lally Boulevard where it meets Fairfield Beach Road. Was that caused from our property, or was that caused from private property? Of why that? It was like a river came through and brought all the sand right down into that thing, right there. It blocked the road. It was like 3 feet high by about...
The sand itself.
Yeah, the sand itself.
I know.
And it seemed as though water had been pouring in. Is that coming from our property? Is that coming from
I think
a private property owner?
I think the majority came from our property.
Okay. Is any of the improvements we'd make with this bulkhead, would that stop that?
Oh, yeah, that definitely will stop it from coming across.
But it's like almost at this far end.
Yeah, it was down here, I know.
Yeah, yeah.
I know, I understand, I know. I have a neat picture of the residents of that house sitting on that piece of sand as if they extended the beach and having a barbecue. So.
Private island.
Yes.
All right, so that will cure that, you think? Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All right. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Mr. White, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rich.
Thanks, Jim.
And Rich, you'll follow up with the
Dave.
questions on the bonding resolution
Yeah.
and the use of the other money and... All right, next up, item 11, from the fiscal officer, resolved to hear, consider, and act upon a request from the Town Facilities Commission for a special bond appropriation in the amount of $11 million for replacement of the Fairfield Ward High School roof. such special bond appropriation be funded by a 20-year general obligation bond pursuant to the notice and bonding resolution. Bonding resolution in the packet. May I have a motion?
Move for discussion purposes.
Yep. A second.
Second.
All right. Mr. Hiller, who's going to present this?
Actually, I believe...
Mr. Kelly making his way to the...
Kelly, the chairman of the Town Facilities Commission, will be the primary proponent for this. So, Mr. Kelly?
First off,
We missed you. Would you like to mark the spot?
That's a good and bad thing, right? We're here to ask for funding for the ward roof. I'd like to, I'm gonna use Aaron Akler from Hoffman Architects, who's well-versed in what we're doing on the roof. Basically, we're here to ask for $11 million to replace in total, not total, correct, it's almost total.
Replace the existing roof.
Replace the existing roof, 56 roofs, right? 56 different roofs? 56, approximately 56 roofs, you go over that, in a 4 years phased construction program that will effectively replace the out of warranty by a year or two now roof that's up there that's leaking pretty heavily. And with that, I'd like Aaron to come up and fill you in on some of the details.
may I ask a question before she begins?
Sure.
I'm just going to ask this question since we just received the documents this afternoon. So if, as you're doing it, if you can walk us through documents,
Right.
that would be helpful.
Which documents did you receive? We also have a copy of the phasing plan to show you. I'm not sure
Do I
whether
need to
that-
apologize? I need to apologize, it's my fault, because I didn't get the information to Mike.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
It's
But-
not,
It's just, it shows the
Thank you.
four phases of the project.
Thank you.
Just to answer your question, the communications that were from you, that are on your letterhead and
Yes.
so you can kind of guide us through that a little
Sure.
bit.
All right, do they also have a copy of
they got everything you said, right?
this as well?
Mhm.
All right. Essentially, as Al mentioned, we were hired back in 2011 to help the Town Facilities Commission with roof replacement planning services. Basically, we went up on the roof to find out which areas of the roof were in the worst condition. I mean, all of the roof needs to be replaced, but there are some areas of the roof that are in worse condition than others, and there are also some areas of the roof that are leaking more often than others. So when we went up there, we established this phasing plan. We wanted to break it out over a series of 4 years. If you look at the phasing plan, you'll see that Group A is the first year, and this would be the library, administration, auditorium, and cafeteria wings. These are the areas that have the most prominent leaks currently, and we would propose replacing that roof first as a means of remedying those leaks. The second phase is the gymnasium and locker rooms. That's the area shaded in yellow. The third phase would be the Pequot House classrooms and the industrial arts and early child care wing. And the fourth phase would be the Townsend House and Fitz House classroom wings. Following that, we also did some exploratory openings on the roofs to establish what the existing system was and the condition of the deck below. The existing roof is a single-ply PVC roof over rigid insulation that is sloped to drain, minimally sloped to drain. And that was installed over, mechanically fastened over the existing original coal tar roof that was installed back when the school was originally built. The coal tar roof is adhered to the existing deck. It's well bonded right now. And we felt that removal of that coal tar roofing, essentially the asphaltic material, would involve a lot of labor, and also it would require large repair of the concrete roof decks, and there are also poured gypsum roof decks that the removal process of removing the coal tar roofing would effectively destroy these decks and would have to be removed and replaced. And if you look at the construction cost estimate that we provided, you'll see there are basically two scopes, A and B, and then B has two alternates. Scope A was the removal of the existing PVC roof, the existing insulation, leaving the coal tar roofing in place and only repairing the deck as necessary in areas where the coal tar roofing might be deteriorated or damaged. Installing a new two-ply modified bitumen roofing system, which essentially is another asphalt roof, but with some materials added to make it more flexible, more durable in terms of temperature changes, easier to maintain, etc. Also, we would be installing new roof drains in new locations based on a revised drainage plan in order to get the water off the roof even faster. And also replacing existing drains that are there as a secondary means of drainage. And wherever possible, installing overflow scuppers at the edge of the roof to increase the drainage capabilities even more. Scupper is basically a small box on the side of the roof, almost like a gutter, but in a smaller area with a downspout to it. So the insulation itself would be sloped towards that scupper, so any of the water that would be draining off that couldn't get to a roof drain, say in the middle of the roof, would drain into the scupper and then drain into the ground. Let's see. And also we would be installing new counter flashing basically at the walls. That's where the roofing would come up and terminate against the wall, so we have to protect the edge of that. Only where needed. We wouldn't be replacing all of the flashing at the building. Scope B is if we were planning to pursue state reimbursement. The Bureau of School Facilities requires to qualify for state reimbursement, you have to remove all existing materials down to the bare deck. So the existing coal tar roofing would have to come off, which means that you would have significant repairs on the concrete deck, and also basically you would have to replace the gypsum deck, and we proposed, if that was the scope to follow, to replace the gypsum deck with metal decking. Gypsum?
Question. No, actually, this
Okay.
one is the reason that it would have to go all the way down because of the half-inch pitch?
Well, that's also another requirement. That's just a basic requirement of the reimbursement would have to be that you remove the entire roof system down to the bare deck. That's separate from the half-inch per foot pitch.
Those are two separate?
Right.
Okay.
So that would be, scope B, alternate one is reimbursement without receiving a pitch waiver. If we wanted to pursue getting a pitch waiver, the state will allow the pitch of the roof to be reduced from the half-inch pitch down to quarter-inch pitch.
They didn't give us the pitch.
Right, I'm trying to explain that. And basically, we submitted a letter to the state. They have certain requirements as far as how to apply for the pitch waiver. They have 4 basic requirements that you have to meet in order for them to grant the pitch waiver. The first being that you have to prove that using the quarter-inch pitch in place of the half-inch pitch will not impede the drainage of the roof. And because we are actually adding some slope to the roof, the existing slope is minimal at best, probably eighth inch of per foot pitch. That we'd be adding roof drains, overflow scuppers, and such that we'd be actually improving the drainage of the roof using the quarter-inch pitch. The second being that if you had to use the quarter-inch pitch, that the time associated with basically raising flashing heights and such to accommodate the half-inch pitch would be a significant addition to the project schedule. Basically, it would add significant time to get the project completed. The third being that you have to prove that the existing structure of the roof, or roofs in this case, cannot support the extra weight of the half-inch per foot insulation. And also the fourth one, that the cost associated with using the half-inch per foot slope, the additional scope, raising of flashings, raising of curbs and such, would represent a significant increase in the cost of the project. So we submitted a letter based on that and what we felt was justification for why we felt we should receive the pitch waiver. However, they sent comments back, and one of the first comments they had was that They felt because the project was going to be phased over a series of 4 years, that the half-inch per foot requirement didn't represent an extravagant increase in the project schedule. And also that short of performing a full structural analysis of the roof, there's no way to really determine whether the existing structure cannot support the half-inch per foot slope. So essentially, in speaking with the state, you have to meet all 4 of those requirements. It's not sufficient to meet just one, and if you can't meet one of them, basically the pitch waiver is rejected. So we also wanted to do the exercise of providing a cost estimate for what that scope would be if we had to do the reimbursement with the pitch waiver and reimbursement without the pitch waiver. So if you look at, I believe, scope B, alternate 1, you'll see that the project total is approximately $14.2 million. If you are able to get the pitch waiver, the cost would then go down to $13.9 million. And basically that's because regardless of whether you receive the pitch waiver, you have to remove the existing coal tar roofing down to the existing deck, and removing that coal tar roofing on the gypsum deck would require full removal and replacement of the gypsum deck. So that's regardless of the waiver or not. I'm not sure if there's any other questions.
And based on that, we determined that it's to get we'd have to spend an extra $1 million to get then to just get reimbursement, the action of getting reimbursed, and we would never get that money. It didn't make economic sense, if you will, for lack of a better word. So we decided to go forward with not bringing it down to the deck and without a half-inch pitch, based on the information received from the state and based on the fact that the deck, going down to the deck, this is normal stuff, and it's going to be perfectly adequate and safe for everybody to leave the existing gypsum deck the way it is.
And warrantyable.
Warrantyable, right. Correct. Go ahead.
Essentially, whether the coal tar remains in place or not doesn't really affect the performance of the overall recommended roof system. We would be installing a material over that coal tar roofing to basically isolate it from the insulation, because basically the insulation will not adhere to coal tar roofing. You have to install a layer of material in between so that you could adhere to that. So I'm not sure what else. Yeah, that's about it.
So just, if I can paraphrase what you said here. One, the pitch waiver really doesn't save that much money over the course of the whole piece, so that wasn't a significant cost driver in your decision.
I believe the difference was approximately $300,000 between alternate 1 and alternate 2.
And then the 15 million versus 10 million was really the issue. And then looking at the reimbursement, if you had to do the extra 5 million to get the reimbursement, you wouldn't get reimbursed for the full 5 million.
Right.
Yes. So in essence, the net cost of the roof would go up on that. And lastly, from a structural standpoint, from an integrity of the roof standpoint, taking it down to the deck versus not taking it down to the deck, what's the difference there?
There's no real difference.
Structural, half-inch pitch.
Oh, you mean the actual structure of the building, or you just mean the roof, the integrity of the roof system?
The integrity of the roof system, whether you take it down and I'm going to say put in a whole new deck, is that the correct term?
No, the deck is below the existing roof. So essentially the existing deck would stay in place.
Okay. If we go with a 9 million option. If we went with the 15 million option, we would remove the deck?
No, we would be removing the coal tar roofing. The gypsum deck would have to be removed and replaced, and the concrete and tectum decks would have to be repaired.
Okay. But either way, we get the same quality of roof.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Any questions from the board? Okay.
Sure. I have to tell you that this price is kind of quite shocking at $11 million. How much would the square footage, how much would a brand-new building cost? Rough numbers. Give me like a rough.
Well, you have a 260,000 square foot roof up there. Brand new high schools can be $75 million.
No, we're not.
If I know that.
Burr roofer was 24,000, right? And then a new high school would be 3-4 times that, so 100 million.
And we're looking at doing it again in 20 years.
Oxford High School was 140 million, Oxford High School, and it's nothing like what we got.
Is part of the price driver on this the current layout of that building and the way it was constructed?
No.
I mean,
It's-
it's common for architects to design a building like what we have
Yes, it's
that has
especially for the
56
age.
roofs, that has
Yes.
56 roofs.
For the age that it was built, that was the common way of building schools, flat roofs, expansive flat roofs everywhere.
Different levels and-
Yep. Yep. And over the time, I mean, there's been additions in 1970, there was additions, I think, in the 90s, and I think the most recent was in 2008,
Yep,
2000. So, this is a very common school construction type for Connecticut. They're everywhere. Being said, the system that we're recommending, the average lifespan of a modified bitumen roof is anywhere from 30 to 40 years. So it's not like you're using a single ply roof where you're going to get maybe 15 to 20 years out of it. You're getting approximately double.
Well, I thought the materials that you wrote up said it was going to be 20 again. Maybe I missed it.
The warranty is 20.
The warranty's 20.
Yes.
But the expected life is it 30 or is
30
it
to
40?
between 30 and 40 years.
Okay. The roof that we currently have on there is 20 to 21 years old, you said in your
Yes.
materials?
Yes.
Do you know what the installation cost of that was? Anybody know? Okay.
We have a resource.
I regret to say that I was the co-chairman of the building committee, and that roof cost $3 million at the time it was put in. And that was done also because that was a project which was originally estimated for the total project at $3 million, and I escalated it to 11.5. So, at that time, and this was the conversion at the time of the consolidation effort back to Fairfield High School. And what was put in was a single-ply roof, product called Sarnafil, and it was the economical thing to do at that time.
And did that have a 20-year life?
No, it was estimated, we knew at the beginning that it was a 15-year roof, and we're in year 21 on that roof now.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thanks.
Any, Kristen, any questions? Jim, any further?
Is your last name is Eichler? I just want-
Eichler, yes.
Eichler, okay. To what extent are you involved once this goes forward? Because I'm seeing your fee is estimated at $444,000.
Correct. And I'm not
I don't know enough about your business, so I don't know what, it seems like a lot of it's done now.
We have provided a proposal for
Okay.
bidding and construction administration services.
Mhm.
And basically, we would be assisting the town with obtaining bids from contractors, distributing bidding documents to these contractors, conducting a pre-bid walkthrough with the contractors, and, going over the building construction and such. Helping the town in evaluating bids, answering bidder questions, preparing any kind of addendums to the specifications or drawings based on the bidder questions. As far as construction administration services, our fee was based on going forward over a 4-year project. We would be providing multiple site visits during the week, preparing field reports, conducting weekly progress meetings in conjunction with the site visits, preparing agendas, preparing minutes, inserting contractor RFIs, providing sketches if needed, reviewing contractor submittals, reviewing contractor applications for payment, working on, preparing the closeout documents as far as warranty goes. I'm not sure what else is in there. It's a big, long list.
Yeah, just to summarize, would you in effect be the owner's rep on this job?
Yes, I mean, we would be serving that role, and I'm assuming that we'd also be providing, progress, attending progress meetings with the Town Facilities Commission, giving them an update on how the project is proceeding and such.
And that was our sense at the level of the TFC, that We needed boots on the ground, we needed people who understood the systems, that would manage it.
Just move up to the mic when you're talking so that we.
Oh, there's a
capture-
microphone here.
Capture your.
Can you hear me now? All right, but that's what we essentially did. I asked Aaron, I said, look, a couple times a week, we want you out there, we want you looking at this, we want to make sure it's being installed properly, we want to make sure, if it goes in right, it's going to give us the longevity. I didn't want another elementary school issue that we had about a decade ago.
And you'll see that fee amount is approximately 5% of the construction fee, which is keeping in line with the way a lot of projects that we do, what we propose on.
Is that a standard in the industry?
It's
5%?
Generally, it's 10% for a full project, from construction documents, investigation, construction documents, bidding, construction administration. But since we've already prepared the documents and specifications for bidding, we reduced it down to 5%.
This contingency that's for 10% of the cost, construction costs, right? Is that consistent with what we normally do for roofing projects?
It is, yes, especially for this one. We didn't want to go any lower because of the longevity of the project and the phasing of it.
Are we going to be hiring people over time, or are we going to be
We're going to
signing
hire,
up a
the
bid?
goal
for-
is to hire the one contractor, but as it goes forward, they find things in 2 years, it would be more expensive than they should have this year. So we felt to 10% because of the age of the roof and, again, the longevity of the project, that was a safe number. And it goes within the guidelines of what we've been doing for all the projects.
When we do go to contract with our contractor, it's going to be one contractor, right?
Right.
Okay. Is it a fixed cost kind of contract, or is this?
We're going to talk that over with the purchasing authority, but yes, it'll be this, probably not to exceed this, their max.
But is this a contract that has things built into it, that if we run into things when we
There's
rip off the
this-
roof that we didn't know about, then they get to charge us more?
If there's unforeseen conditions, which, the only way that we would be able to put that into the documents was, tear the whole thing off and look, they're going to get, they will be, it's perfectly adequate for them to, or maybe not word adequate, but it's perfectly correct for them to provide a change order for that. They didn't see it, if they have the one part of the deck
Is that the only area where we would be eating into contingency once we sign a contract with them?
Yes.
Is unforeseen circumstances?
Unforeseen circumstances, yes.
Okay. So there won't be any changes to the scope or anything else like that?
No, sir. No, we're doing the roof.
And you're doing 95% of the roof?
I believe it's 95%,
Okay,
correct?
so we're not going to find out later on that we had extra money, there was no problems along the way, so we decided to do 100% of the roof?
The only roof that's not included in this is the music wing, and that was an EPDM roof that was installed in 2008.
Mhm.
There was nothing that we saw that would make us to believe that roof needs to be replaced. It's still under warranty, it's still functioning properly.
We would not be going there.
And that, if you look at the phasing plan, that's the area shaded as long-term. That would be the white area.
In going through the roof as an architect, are there ways to improve that building so that the next time we do a roof, we don't have as great of an expense? Or is it we just stuck with what we're stuck with for the full life of this building?
It's essentially, it's a flat roof. There's not a lot you can do. I mean, there's what you can do in terms of drainage, adding drains, minimizing the amount of penetrations as far as piping, curbs, skylights, anything like that. It's a simple roof. I think the cost that it seems to be so much is it's a massive roof. It's a very big roof, and I think when we averaged it out over 4 years, it was about a $35 per square foot cost. It would be that $9.1 million, which is the construction cost. And I mean, we've seen modified bitumen roofs bids come in anywhere between $25, $35, $40. It all depends on the demolition of the existing roof. If the demolition process takes longer, if it's harder to do. This one, we're not anticipating it to be too difficult. You have a single sheet material, and you have mechanically fastened insulation. I just wanted to speak to the unforeseen conditions thing. We did build into our estimates some square footage repairs. If you look down at the bottom of the concrete deck, the gypsum deck, and the tectum deck. And basically that cost, I mean, again, that's an unforeseen thing. Until you start taking off the roof, you don't know how much you have to repair. From what we saw of the probes, it's not likely that that would be exceeded. That's just a percentage of the overall roof area of each of the types of roof.
How much did you do in the way of probes? How many feet between them? How many
We
did you
did
do?
approximately 20 probes throughout the entire roof. They were about 2 foot by 2 foot square. We went all the way down to the existing deck. We wanted to see what the condition of the coal tar roofing was, how much insulation there was on top, the condition of the insulation, because there are so many leaks in the building. We wanted to see whether the insulation had been saturated and was basically destroyed. And we also wanted to confirm that what we were able to see from existing drawings, which decks were which, because there are, again, there's 4 different types of deck. There's a small amount of metal deck, there's concrete roof decks, there's on the gym addition, there's a tectum deck, which is basically like a fibrous panel deck, and then there's the poured gypsum decks. So we just wanted to confirm where these areas were, because the repairs for each of those would be different, and how much those repairs would be needed. We also wanted to determine that.
So is that sounds like a lot, but then again, with 260,000 square feet of roof, I'm not doing the math, it's not much. So is that a standard? Is that an industry standard, or did you go above and beyond because of the different kinds
Generally,
of
I mean, that's what
decking?
we do, depending on how many roofs there are, the complexity of the roof. I mean, we'll have a building where you have 4 different roof systems. So you want to do roof probes to confirm that, flashing conditions and such. Because we kind of knew what the makeup of the roof was, it was the same throughout the building. We did it more to confirm the condition of the coal tar roofing and the decking below. And just to confirm insulation heights, just to see where we were as far as heights and such.
Go ahead.
Again, these 2 documents that we have, and I have had a chance to skim through them really. So can you just kind of walk us through the letter dated January 30th to Al Kelly and the proposal? What's different, what's the same in each of these, and just give us the highlights.
The letter is basically a summary of what we feel the recommended scope of work would be for the replacement, yes.
This one.
And explaining, the scope of work and also the $9 million budget. And if the reimbursement route was followed, what the difference would be between the two. And also basically an explanation of the phasing. The proposal is basically our proposal for going forward, bidding services and construction administration services. So that just gives a list of what we'd be providing and what the fee would be.
What you just reviewed.
Yes.
Mr. Walsh had asked, yeah.
So those are the 2 different things.
Further questions?
Is there any talk about cutting down on the number of intrusions that go into the new roof, cutting down on the number of skylights, cutting on the number of pipes that go through in order to try to cause less problems with leaks in the future?
Oh, sure.
No.
No, you're just duplicating what's there.
Right. We're just fixing everything that's there right now.
The leaks that currently exist, are many of them coming from the places where there's been intrusions into the roof?
A lot of them seem to be caused at base flashing conditions, at walls and such, where you have a transition between one roof and the other. That being said, PVC roofs, single-ply roofs, you can have open seams where water will get underneath and travel basically anywhere. Yes.
And if I could just ask for clarification, I think this was clarified by Dr. Title in a prior meeting. There's been talk of 156-something leaks on this roof, I think, or some large number. That's a historical number. That's not a current active leak number. Is that correct?
It's not it's the number of...
Sal, if you could maybe come back. Sorry, Jim, I just...
That's all right. No.
Sal Morbito, Board of Education. The number that you're hearing is the number of leaks in a 12-month period. We're watching the trend to show that, to see that we're having a roof that's having more and more problems, more and more frequently. Where we might have had, say, 20 months ago, 24 months ago, a 12 12-month total might have been around 100. It's now up around 185. So it is having leaks more frequently.
And you fix those as they come up, though. so
We respond to them, but they're happening more frequently.
Thank you, just wanted to
You're
clarify
welcome.
that.
I guess this question is directed to you, Mike. What does this do to the waterfall chart if we were to approve this? I mean, has this been factored into that at all to some degree?
Yeah, let me start that, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hiller.
Okay.
To finish that. But basically, what we set up in the capital plan last September
Yeah.
was rather than kind of worrying about project by project, set up an allocation. So this would come under the Board of Ed $5 million allocation per year. So if this is spread out over that time period, think of it as loading like $2 million a year in rough terms, or 2.5 over 4 years. So that would chew up a certain amount of that allocation. It would allow a certain amount that was left. So that as you look at the idea is to focus on the debt service that we're paying every year and less on the project. So if we stay within that allocation on the town side and on the Board of Ed side, then our kind of financial plan doesn't get adjusted every single time we approve a project.
Okay, and that, I guess, makes sense. So does this have that in there currently? Or is this a brand new one?
Mr. Hiller, why don't you take us through this?
Yeah, when this board and the Board of Finance met back in September at the Capital Planning Summit, there were projections which included this roof project all along at that time. And the approximate numbers within the Board of Education, I think the difference at that time was that we were contemplating that there could be state reimbursement, and at that time also, we thought, as you can see on the first piece I gave you, that we'd be moving forward immediately, probably this summer, with the project at Fairfield Ludlow High School for the windows, which is not moving forward immediately, is still with the Town Facilities Commission. So we had always envisioned this project within the waterfall chart. What I've done on this is, as you can see, is we've ramped up the amount for the Fairfield Ward roof, frankly, a little bit beyond what we might need for the immediate summer. Two reasons on that. First off, to get out in front on it and to take advantage of what's quite apparently a very advantageous bond market that we've been able to get some savings from and really just lock in some better rates this summer than might be out there 2 years from now. But it's always been in there, and both 16 months ago, 4 months ago, we've known this was coming. The numbers have escalated some. I might touch on the state reimbursement issue briefly. I had a meeting this morning with State Representative Fawcett and representatives from the Architects Association on what potential there is as far as change in legislation on this, and also she intends to talk with Senator McKinney, who I've also had conversations with as far as pursuing some waivers on that. That is no guarantee. I'm not going to sit here right now and speak for either Representative Fawcett or Senator McKinney, or clearly the General Assembly as to what might happen there, but I think we can give that a shot.
Can you describe, when you talk about waiver, specifically what would be would the waiver include?
Well, first off, the concern of the Architects Association is, as you can see by the cost, is that we would be looking for, in a sense, a full waiver, both the pitch waiver and not having to go down to the deck. Because I think what I personally, and I think others have relied upon, is the judgment of our Town Facilities Commission, the representations of our architect, that we don't need to. And as you can look at it, and then it gets into the question, as the first selectman's pointed out, we're looking at a difference here of net, by having to do that an extra $1 million for the town, $3 million for the state, let's say, and we don't get a better product. You know, that there's no evidence. I'm relying upon Ms. Eichler's statements that the product that we would get, you know, is an outstanding roof that probably has a 20-year warranty, probably has a lifespan in the 30 to 40-year basis. And so where's the sense of spending an extra $1 million of town money and $3 million of state money to get something that's really not going to be any better?
So what you're talking about in essence is getting a waiver that would allow us to get a state reimbursement on the $11 million project
Yes.
that's before us and not
Yes.
having to spend the $15 million to qualify.
We're going to give it a shot. But I think we've got to work with our legislative delegation, and we've had, you know, initial discussions with them, and we'll continue that dialogue. But I'm not going to stand here and say, you know, obviously this though there's language within the bond resolution which allows for it, I think we have to proceed, and our waterfall chart proceeds on the basis that we don't get anything from the state.
To the waiver piece, and I'm looking at the October 27th,
From
2000.
Commissioner DeFranco.
Yes, to
Yeah.
Dr. Title.
Calls him Mr. Title. There's
Yes,
two
I
mistakes
know.
there. Mr.
Yes.
Title, and it refers to it as
That's correct.
Fairfield Ward Middle School.
So you're talking about two pieces of the waiver, and that was back to my question about there's the pitch piece and then the going all the way down, stripping everything out to all the decking and everything. So can someone just review the letter? You touched on a few of those pieces previously, but again, I've had kind of a quick review of this, but would just like to know what the state said so that that's something we can understand. I guess the part of why I'm asking this is the pitch waiver is one thing. How likely would we be to have any shot at that, and the decking waiver the same? So if we can just
Right. I believe when you read through that letter, there were two main areas where they felt that either we didn't provide enough information, or they felt that the information that we provided lended it to the fact that it wouldn't be accepted for a pitch waiver. One of them was the time issue, because it was phased over a series of 4 years. They felt in a way that actually helped the project. I'm not sure how, because they couldn't really explain that to me, but they said it helped the project, and that the extra scope required to accommodate the half-inch pitch, which would mean raising flashing heights, raising all the curb heights of all the rooftop equipment, skylights, fans, exhaust, everything. In fact, replacing windows where the sill heights are low, because you have to have a minimum height of flashing in order to receive a warranty. Raising all the roof edges, raising all of the drains to accommodate an extra, the extra height. Somehow, even with that, it didn't represent a significant increase in the time it would take to complete the project, because it was phased over 4 years. The other question they had was in regards to the structure. They would want to have basically structural analysis of the roof to show that it cannot support the weight of the half-inch per foot pitch. If you do the structural analysis and you find that it can support the weight of the half-inch pitch, they will deny you the waiver. And according to them, that is the requirement that they weigh the most when granting the pitch waiver. They are all weighted, but that one has the most weight. So basically, you have to meet those 4 that I mentioned before: the cost, the drainage issue, the schedule, and the structural issues. You have to meet all 4 to qualify for the pitch waiver. So because of those 2 particular areas, they felt that we wouldn't qualify for the pitch waiver.
So the structural issue is the one that they give the most weight to.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I'm just trying to look at how realistic is this for us to even think about this. I mean, if we don't have the level of structural analysis to be able to give them what they need.
Right.
But
I mean, we
doesn't-
have to perform.
If I can understand the point, it doesn't necessarily impact what we're doing. If we are considering the 11 million, we either get the waiver on that or we don't. We get the reimbursement on that or we don't. But it doesn't affect a decision we make
Right.
directly.
Right, not directly, but
It does,
just-
if we were looking at doing the 15 million, then the question is how likely are we to get it, but we're already going through with the lowest priced option, potentially. So this would make it lower, but it wouldn't raise it.
Right, but while we're here talking about all this, I figured it was relevant because what we started to down this road with was the waterfall model, and this is all connected, right? So just looking at the big picture, that's why I'm wondering. As I look at the potential of voting on something that is $11 million, and the Riverfield Building Committee and the level of windows and all that, I'm just trying to figure out, how likely is it that we'll get anything out of the state? That's why I'm going in that direction. Because I'd really like to get whatever we can from the state, and obviously I think we all do. And I guess it's how much do we invest, and is it worth investing in something more to try and get something out of that? That's what I'm trying to determine. So it sounds like odds are that we're not going to, but we're going to try and pursue it to the best of our ability without spending a lot of money to try and get to that solution.
Right, and that's part of the issue with the structural analysis. You can expend the money to do the structural analysis and still come up with the answer, oh, it can support it, and be denied the pitch waiver anyways, so it's, you know.
But it's already been denied based on the longevity, and you have to have all four components to get the waiver.
Right.
So then it falls to Mr. Hiller. Ms.
Yeah,
Fawcett,
I think
Senator
really
McKinney.
the summary of that is that we're going to pursue, rather than going through the Bureau of School Facilities, we're going to pursue the legislative option, as opposed to going through all this and spending those money and still may not get it.
So that the only option is really upside if we get it. The legislative option has been used in the past where we have legislation is able to pass, legislatures, our reps, and state senate are able to pass legislation that makes us an exception to the rules. So we qualify even though we don't qualify. And Mr. Hiller, perhaps you can give us an example of that.
Yeah, there's been, you know, usually, and one of the difficulties with this is one of timing. As Mr. Borbito has just said, that this roof is leaking. Mr. Coyne's here, he could probably attest to it much better than I can. We need to get started on this project. We wouldn't have an answer from the legislature, frankly, until May, at the end of the session. It is a last day bill that's passed. There's always a legislative bill that, and there's, the last one that we were involved with there's like 25 different paragraphs that start "notwithstanding" is the first word in it, and notwithstanding the regulations required, which gives us the exemption. I think that's, I don't think, I mean, that is our option before us as we stand here this evening. And as I say, that's, it's worth an effort. You know, because potentially we're looking at reducing the costs by some $2.5 million roughly, in excess, in that neighborhood, we think.
May I ask, just back to this document that
Yes.
you've given us, so prospective bond sale, what's definitely happening here in the first column? Is everything?
Virtually everything that you have there is happening and is in place, with the exception of the only two things that are not funded at this. The only thing. The two items that are not funded at this time are this project, the Fairfield Ward High School roof, and the $200,000 that I put in for the Fairfield Local High School windows. You've seen, and I think Mr. Kelly could address that better. The intent would be to come back later this winter or early spring with additional funds that are necessary for that for additional study on that project. But clearly, according to Mr. Kelly, the Town Facilities Commission, that project from a construction standpoint would not be prepared to move forward this summer, other than study, so.
So you're speaking...
Everything else on there is approved, and in the vast majority of those cases are included in the $41 million note that we need to repay come July. So we've got to take that money out and borrow on a long-term basis.
Thank you.
Sure. I guess this question is directed to Dr. Title and or Ms. Iacono as the chairman of the Board of Education. I think you heard from the first selectman that this is going to go against your $5 million allotment that we've laid out, the capital process. So to me, on a back of envelope math, that's $2.7 million against your $5 million a year, leaving you $2.3 million. We also are going to be presented next Friday with plans for something, a Riverfield project. To me, over the next 4 years, that would leave you about $2.3 million remaining out of the $5 million, which would be a net project of $9.2 million.
I think I would, Mr. Walsh, with your permission, redirect that to Mr. Hiller. He sat down with the staff in the central office and mapped this waterfall chart out against their long-range plan to see what fits and where the speed bumps are.
I met last week with Mr. Cullen and Mrs. Munsell, the business manager, and we were in the process of straightening that out. The Board of Education has presented their town facilities plan, or their, not town facilities plan, Board of Education facilities plan, which runs through 2015 or 16.
16.
Yeah. One of the things with that you have to realize is that as these projects come on, what we were looking at, as an example, I'll take Riverfield as one example, since you brought it up. We're assuming that a building committee is formed and assuming that we are moving forward on that. What starts to happen is, I think the first selectman has put it very well, you know, we get into a concept, the architects, then we start building, and then we finance, which is, in a sense, almost the last piece of that. The Riverfield project, we envisioned that there might be, and we may be pushing this a little bit, there might be as much as $500,000 that we would have to borrow on a short-term basis this summer for architects to get through schematics, get through design, to get through testing and stuff like that. That would be in the band project, but it strings it out. I think the one thing that you look at when you start to look at these projections is at the time that we're financing it, and that we are going on to to permanent financing, as we're projecting for a significant percentage of this project. And frankly, that was one of the reasons why, under the waterfall chart, we were able to bring more of this project in to relieve some of the pressure on some of those others. We are continually working up through yesterday, in fact, on the waterfall to modify it within those constraints. I think the one thing that I can say here is that when we finally have a final project, we are confident that we're going to be able to finance virtually everything. The duration may get pushed by 12 or 18 months or something like that, but that these projects are within our capacity.
What I don't understand is that you're asking for $11 million on this project.
Correct.
You're talking about $5 million a year to give to the Board of Education
Yep.
for the project. Correct? Over
Correct.
how long of a period? $5 million for how many years? Per year?
Per year annual.
So we're basically doing $11 million right now over the next couple of years. Say we added, let's just for round purposes, say a $9 million project at Riverfield. let's just say that was the number.
Which
That's-
would be eligible for state reimbursement.
Okay. I think based on my tour, it's going to be more than that, but so let's just say that the, after reimbursement, it's $9 million. That'd be $20 million. We'd have to basically tell them, you're done for the next 4 years. You can't do anything.
No, I don't think so, because I think, again, it's a question as to phasing. What Mr. Cullen and Mrs. Mansell and I looked at is to when we're going to need the money.
Yeah. And specifically, you're hitting the right question, and that's exactly why we built the waterfall.
Yeah.
Think of this as kind of a what-if scenario option, and the goal is to provide this waterfall as we come through with each chart, so we can show exactly what's happening. And again, one of the key columns, right, is the total bonding cost per year, which we want to keep an eye on, make sure that and you can see it peaks kind of in that 218, 219 range right now. And as we come before it, we'll be slotting each of those projects in. So just to your point, one of the questions will be potentially down the road for Project A and Project B, do we in fact approve these and see what the hit is on annual debt service, and does that push annual debt service up? Or in fact, do we push them off a year or two, or push one of them off a year or two, so we can slot it into the available debt service to keep us within our debt service guidelines? But that now becomes one of the decisions we make, along with the project.
And how do they determine, the Board of Education, in regards to what their long-term capital plan is for buildings?
Yeah.
They have to keep looking at your waterfall chart and figure out whether that money slides in for a given year, say, we can't do anything because the town's not going to have any flexibility until 3 years
Yeah.
from now?
This is a living document, so in
Okay.
fact, that's why we did it at the capital workshop. Mr. Hiller sat down just last week with the Board of Ed folks in the central office and said, look, let's plan out look at what your approval dates are, when do you think things will be approved, when will they actually get built, how many years will it take to build them, when will we ban them and kind of finance them over a short term versus bonding them over longer term. And as you can see from this, because we approved, I don't know if I can find a good one in here, but some of the projects, let's take the Stratfield Elementary, there's roughly $5 million in here. Stratfield costs more than $5 million.
Sure.
That was put into some other years as we did that. So that's kind of, as we look at laying this out, and you're laying these out, again, you're laying out the bonding over 20 years. So you're not spending $10 million and saying we're building it over 4 years, so we got $2.5 million a year. We're spending $10 million over 4 years, but each of those $2.5 million is spread over 20 years.
All right.
So the amount per year is much less than what you're looking at. Does that make sense?
It's the life of the bond.
It's the life of the bond that you're doing. So if let's say we spent $10 million this summer, and we bonded $10 million next summer, it'd be $50,000 a year.
Okay. So it doesn't really matter what the cost of the project is. I guess
How
what
much
I'm trying to get to the point, I guess, is based on your waterfall model, is there a way for us as a Board of Selectmen and then the Board of Finance to say, we're going to limit your project. Matter of fact, at this scope, we're going to tell you in your scope of your project, you can't spend more than $10 million.
Well, the issue is then it just becomes a question of what else do you push out when you do that and when you bond it. Some of that's, Paul has a certain amount of flexibility as to when he puts that on a long-term bonding credit card, if you will. So he can control, he can massage that somewhat, not totally, but somewhat. But you're absolutely right. That's the focus of the discussion. That's what we're trying to do with this.
So by next Thursday or Wednesday when they
Well, I
come, are
think-
we going to be able to put something in a charge on how much, what the
Yeah, and I think
limitation on the
the
number
other
is?
piece of this too is we've
No,
also
you're not-
said,
that's, at this point, we don't need to, because we're still loading up the initial part of that. So the $11 million, think that's roughly $50,000 a month over the next 20 years. Right, that doesn't impact a significant amount of the $5 million. However, what I've asked Paul to do is when we present this in the future, come to us with the waterfall chart, a second chart of projects that we've approved, so we know kind of what's included in that waterfall chart, and then a chart by year in terms of what the available capacity is. So when you're looking at something, I'll say, okay, there's $2 million available next year. Okay, so that means if we load $50,000 into that, we're nowhere near capping out on that, so we haven't impacted the debt. Now, we don't have to spend all that. It's okay if we have a lower debt service number, but we don't want to cap out on that.
but doesn't that allow them to, they say, that's basically giving them a credit card, saying,
Well,
we'll allow you to
we've
go
done
up,
that, and I
we'll
think-
allow you to go up to a certain payment amount on a monthly basis. But we might just go out and use that credit card and blow it on
Another-
4 projects in the first 5 years.
Yeah,
But that's what,
another
but,
piece on
hey,
that
that's what,
also,
if I can,
Certainly.
if I can. That's what this gives us the window on that we haven't had before. And still, every project still has to get approved by this board. If we don't want, if it's too big, if it's not the right thing to do, we can vote it down. Right? So we're looking at the project, the functionality, is it worth the value of what we're paying? Number of the questions you've been asking. And then, how do we fit it into our financial plan, and what's the impact on debt service?
Okay.
So those are all the components we're looking at. But until you map it into the waterfall chart, you can't answer the question that you're asking. Sorry, Christopher.
Just, and before you, maybe you can include this, but I think there are assumptions made here. Right?
absolutely.
There are assumptions and there are numbers that are used. So you made assumptions and numbers, and I'd like to actually know what those are that's behind that. So in other words, when you had that conversation with Dr. Title, you used figures for some of these projects. So that would be helpful to know what assumptions this is built on.
I think there's two key assumptions, really. First off, what the Board of Ed has put forward in their capital, long-term capital plan numbers as to what they are, both there and also as a component of that, what they put into their non-recurring budget. They've just adopted. And you'll be hearing, along with the Board of Finance on February 16th, a $2 million proposal for non-recurring. The other key assumption in here is interest rates, as to what interest rates are going to be. We've had, and we have a note from our financial advisor, Phoenix Advisors. We have, on the band rate, for example, the previous waterfall chart that you may have seen was using 75 basis points as a band. The chart you have before you now has been lowered to 50. We think that's probably high. Down in Greenwich, 2.5 weeks ago, borrowed money at 13 basis points. We borrowed money last summer at 19 basis points. And we're estimating within this, 2.5 times higher than that,
Let me, and you're estimating that 2.5 times higher than that just for the upcoming bands. How about going down? Is that,
We've lowered them 25 basis points. We lowered it down 25 basis points as we go out. Likewise, we're adjusting the long-term as to what we're going to sell bonds at this summer. Given current market conditions and given everyone's projection, and I mean everyone's projection, that interest rates are not going to change dramatically until 2014.
All right. If I might, for the purpose of the board, if the questions are about how the waterfall chart works and how we're looking at managing that debt and managing to our annual debt service amount, that might be worth a separate discussion with this document, and perhaps bringing in Tom Flynn, Chair of the Board of Finance, to join us in that.
absolutely.
So that we can be on the same page with the Board of Finance.
Whose assumptions are in here? Is it the Board of Finance's, or is it the administration's?
Well, which assumption?
Any of the assumptions that are on here?
Well, I think
I'm gonna-
the assumptions, first
let's-
off,
let's-
are on the interest rates, are ours with consultation with our financial advisor.
Yeah. I think the simple answer is they're the administration's.
Okay.
To the extent that, that's what we did in the capital planning workshop, talk through a lot of those assumptions. And this is the, Paul, second or third year we've been using the waterfall chart?
We're up to version 21.
Okay. But those assumptions have been vetted with the Board of Finance as we go through this, as we talk through. So I don't mean to sound like those are done behind closed doors when we come out and show this. All right. That's why things like the interest rates are disclosed on top there. That's why and the goal is to make this a working document, so every time we're looking at a project, there'll be a version of this coming out, so we can see what the impact of that project is on this. And that helps us manage what our debt service is, and that's how we manage kind of keeping that debt service number coming down in outlying years. In the short term, we have some increases in it, but in the long term, we want to see that come down and not be a driver to our budget and our tax increases. So
Does this current waterfall have the $11 million in it?
Yes.
that's before us today.
Yes.
Again, we've got to come back and talk about that, because that's
Yep.
in the $5 million allocation. So the answer to that's almost always yes, because it's in the $5 million allocation. It's not until you knock that up, everything you're planning about. What Paul sat down with the central office team on was to sit here and say, given what your approval process is, given the projects you have coming up in your plan, can we fit those within that $5 million allocation as we specify? Step it out.
And I think what you're asking is whose numbers? Paul said the Board of Ed long-term capital plan. So in other words, you're taking the document that everyone has available to them and using the numbers from there. Is what I'm-
That's
what-
correct.
that's what I heard you saying.
These are their numbers. I think what we're looking at too is when we're going to appropriate the money, when we're going to spend the money, and when we're going to finance the money. You know, and it kind of goes in that way. We're going to have to, is this project, we're going to, you know, if this goes forward, the intent would be obviously to bring this to the Board of Finance next week and the RTM later this month. We're going to appropriate money. We're going to, if it were approved at this level, we would be spending money some of this summer. We would be financing a portion of that this summer, and a portion of it, frankly, we're not going to go lock in until 2014 and 2016. And so that, you know, granted, that's going to eat into some of their money.
And see, at some point, and that's why the other piece that I've asked Paul to put together is the available amount of the allocation. Because as much as I was saying, it doesn't matter when you're laying in the first project out of that 5 million, at some point, you're not laying in the first project anymore, you filled it up. And the question is, do we do it this year, or do we bump it off a year? Because we're either going to go over our debt service target if we do it this year. Now, we may only go over by $100,000 or $400,000. It may not be break the bank time, but it may be more than what we want to go over it on. But if we push it off a year, then it fits within that. So then we're, in essence, laying in, and then Paul comes back and says, okay, you can still do it this summer, because here's what I can do to layer in the financing so that we don't go over that number. So it's managing the financing as well as the project build, as well as the project approval, and when we do that. This chart is where it all comes together. Now, we're just starting to use this, so it's we don't have a great history at it, but that's the power. That's what it gives us the capability of doing. And that's why this needs to come along with every project we do, and that's, to both of your points, that's why the amount that's available in that allocation, there's $2 million left, and this is going to chew up 500,000 of that. So we know there's, you know, future projects. And that's why the Board of Ed's going to manage their timetable and their priorities. Because when something goes from 10 million to 15 million, from when we thought it would cost 10 million to now it costs 15 million as we get into it and see the details and everything else, let's say we took the roof project and said, no, we're going to spend the 15 million, and for some reason we weren't going to get the reimbursement. Now we layer that in, and that has an impact on, okay, now with future projects, we bump those out. What do we do with those approvals? But we can start doing that now as we're approving this project. We don't have to wait for that one to come down the pipe.
So basically, what you're saying is that the current roof project has no real effect on this. We can do that.
Oh, I think everything has, I don't think it's safe to say it has
Well-
no real effect.
Well, we're not at risk of going over.
It doesn't,
I think one of the things, one of the key.
may I change your question?
Sure. If I agree with it, you can change it.
You don't have to agree with the answer, just the question, right? Paul, if the roof project is approved, do any of these annual debt service numbers change?
No. No, and
That's
I
'cause
think
we built in the
that
allocation.
far right column
The
becomes a
allocation is in
big
there.
thing, because really what happens, and of course, you know, we've talked before about a 10% of overall budget number, and as you can see, you know, we're within that. You know, we currently have a budget of 263 million, we're under 10%. Not to let the cat out of the bag, but, you know, guess what? Next year's budget might be a little higher than 263 million. And we're still within those numbers as we go forward.
But just because the budget goes up, say the budget goes up 7%, does that can change?
I'm out of
then
a job.
Say it does that mean that the Board of Education gets a larger allocation of what they can spend on a approximate year-to-year basis?
I don't
Just
think so,
they
no.
get the
I don't
benefit
think
of that?
that's not the
No,
intent.
they're two different numbers. Again, we're talking 5 million a year, Jim. Think of
Yeah.
that as a fixed number.
Well, that's the question. Is it a fixed number, or is it because budgets go up a certain amount, we can borrow 10% of that, right? So if a budget goes up,
Again, let's take it back.
Yeah.
Two different issues. One, what we've done is built this with a $5 million allocation on the Board of Ed side and a $4 million allocation on the town side, as well as some additional allocations for non-recurring. All right? That's in there, and those are fixed dollars amount. All right? Now, we can change those anytime we want, but those fixed allocations are what are driving the debt service number out over time, along with the interest rate assumptions. Now, the 10% number you're talking about is a guideline from the rating agencies in terms of roughly what they like to see. It's not a hard and fast guideline. They don't shoot you if you go to 11, because we've been there. But they like to see you stay under that. All right? In point of fact, that's why we manage the debt service numbers here. And we can see that our budget could be $300 million, and we can still keep to this debt service number. We don't have to go up to 10%. There's nothing in this chart that's driving it up to 10%. We're adding $5 million a year.
but if the question, I guess my question is then, how do I know that they're not going over $5 million a year?
Because you're going to look at this, one, in terms of what we approved, and Paul's going to come back with a third sheet that you do not have at the moment, and show you how much of that allocation is left per year.
Okay, I guess that's the missing sheet that
Correct.
how do I tie everything out? How do I know to look at something and say, you're over, you're dead for the next 3 years?
Well, two things. One,
Part of it is,
Jim,
Jim, it's the timing of these things.
at the simple level, just hang to this and look at those debt service numbers. That's what we're trying to manage to. But in point of fact, the third piece that we're going to add into this, one sheet says here's what's approved, one sheet says here's the waterfall, third sheet says here's the available allocation.
Here's where we're going.
So you can see it from a couple different standpoints and see the debt service dollar amount in terms of what that is. So you can see that we're not, the whole idea is to keep debt service, get that off the budget driver side, keep that from driving our tax increase.
Okay. And I guess I understand that, but say the different town bodies that go into making these decisions decide on the town side, we want to go lower, or we don't want to approve some project.
Then
I
they
just want to
don't.
make sure that the driver on that column, the Board of Ed's not going over their $5 million allotment, even though we can.
Yeah, he's going to break out the drivers, or
Okay.
the allocation by both,
Okay.
so we can
All right.
see where that is. But for the first time, we have an opportunity to see what that is and manage at multiple levels. That's what's exciting about this. A year ago, we only had the waterfall chart. Now we're adding in a couple of different documents to help us see what the whole decision is and make the right decisions and see where we're going.
And I would just say your suggestion to have the chair of the Board of Finance come and have a broader conversation about this in particular would be great. And I think it's very helpful to have it as part of this conversation. $11 million is a huge chunk of money, so we need to understand the big picture piece here. But I think this warrants, as you suggested, its own conversation. I think it would be really helpful.
Well, in essence, this is a tool we're going to use. So we probably need to spend some time on learning how to use the tool away from specific projects.
Because I look at this prospective bond sale, it's a heck of a lot more than $5 million on here. for the
Well,
Board
a lot of that,
Education.
though, your
You know,
biggest
spread it
component
over
of that
20
is
years.
it's Fairfield Woods.
Yeah.
We didn't have
All
a
right.
waterfall for
It's
Fairfield
$40 million.
Woods.
Right.
Divide that by 20, that's $2 million a year.
Mhm. I think you're going to want to have some seminars with all the town bodies, because if we're asking these questions at this level, and you got an $11 million project for a roof, which is a lot of money for a roof, and you're also standing there staring at Riverfield, there's going to be a lot of similar questions, and that third sheet better be ready to go.
Yeah. And that's where we're just, I mean, literally, using this waterfall chart is 2 years old. The Board of Finance had some experience with it last year. We're just getting out to the boards. You haven't seen it presented with bonding resolutions in the past. That's one of the things we're trying to improve on and present it. So we ask these questions every single time so that we don't make any decisions without being fully informed. All right, with your permission, I'll go ahead and talk to Mr. Flynn about setting something like that up. In the meantime, Any other questions on the ward roof?
Okay, back to the roof itself. My concern today is that I just received a number of documents, and I'm, not going to beat anyone up about that. Just the fact that I would like to be able to have a little bit more time to digest and really dive into this and do some of the research that I like to do. How would that impact if we're
If we miss today, we miss the Board of Finance, we miss the RTM, we miss this summer. It's that critical. It's my fault, so I didn't get the documents into you in time.
So, in other words, is literally today?
Yeah,
So
because it goes to the approval process, the 15-day waiting period, the 3 to 6 week bidding period, and awarding, then the company has to mobilize and get ready for the summer. We lose that month, or could be 2, then we're out of luck for the summer. It's that critical.
So the only other way to do this would, we would have to have 2 special meetings. I mean, in other words, if I'm not ready to vote on this tonight, because it is now night, then, and if anyone else sitting here, then we're not doing any roof projects this summer.
And the special meeting would have to be tomorrow night or Friday night, because we'd still have to give the Board of Finance appropriate time to get it on their agenda. Or miss the summer.
Tomorrow night, you're already late for notice.
I mean, I'm being serious.
In the midst of our discussion.
Maybe we tell them
Do you
now.
mind? We have a request for a recess. You okay with
We
it?
don't?
I can use the restroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been here for 3 hours. so-
Forgive us, folks, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
I also-
But you would, everybody, want to make everybody aware that, hey,
Yep.
our plans to go down aren't working, it's now going back.
Correct. That's all. Yeah, we just make it complicated. That's all. But there are a lot of different assumptions and different conditions that go into that. So when you say, tell me all the details get complicated. But the simple part is we're just trying to manage debt service and make sure it's, kind of doesn't go up too much and starts to go down.
And that's what that whole waterfall. that-
Yep.
Are you planning for any acoustical correction?
Yes.
Yes, cool, wonderful.
Jerry is working on that now. Lombardo.
Okay. I was in Detroit. With Rich White, probably. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
I was going to ask for one after the end of this anyway, so she's called my bluff.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I mean, I really think this is a great tool, guys.
I'm not saying it's not a great tool. I'm just.
But it takes, and Tom Flynn and Paul Hiller, spent months pulling all this together.
I think it's
So
the third sheet that we need to kind of see on how it's
Oh, yeah.
being tracked,
Well,
and
'cause-
how that they're doing their allocation.
Because we're doing it differently.
Yeah.
As long as you're worrying about putting Riverfield at 10 million or this and that, then you're worried about individual projects, and that doesn't help you manage the whole thing, because they go up or down or this or that. But if you say, no, we're going to manage to the debt service, we're going to give you an allocation. And then you know what, if you go from 10 million to 15 million on this project, then you bump something else in.
Yeah. As long as it's against their allocation.
Well, but we're in control of that.
That's just, yeah.
And that's why it was so important to Paul sit down with the Board of Ed and say, listen, remember we got in a fight with Karen? You arbitrarily cut their stuff, you gave them a number and that.
See, at the RTM, you can just kind of hide. You can't hide here.
And it kind of did. We didn't take 20 iterations on it. It kind of did. So it's like, okay, that's not bad. Let's see if we can live with that. And what I was trying to do is get this number to come down over time. All right, we ready to get back? Can we, oh,
That's kind of.
we'll have to wait a minute for our minutes.
Not even.
Ah, Jen, thank you. All right, I think we're back to this board, and I think the question is, any more questions on the Ward roof project? Go right ahead.
So, Mr. Kelly, if you can kind of step me through kind of Hoffman's role in terms of you talking with them, TFC, putting
Right.
out bids, who all was involved in the conversation, kind of taking me back a little bit to the beginning with this, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, Hoffman's role has been that they were hired to do the construction documents, to get us to a set of paperwork and and plans that will be biddable. And it has come to light through the other building committees' issues with regards to having a manager of that said project to help oversee the quality of the installation, that's happening at certain projects. We're having some issues at Sherman right now. We had Malkin on Stratfield. They have Malkin on Fairfield Woods, but because of the size and scope and the breadth of this project, it was discussed that it's best to have Hoffman be the boots on the ground and have them be basically there watching quality control, monitoring the work, and basically so we, as the town, have somebody who knows what they're looking at, taking care of it. And that in the genesis, it started with the documents, and they do this. This is what they do for a living. This is part of what they do.
Well, let me just ask it this way a little bit. We had, with the roof warranty issue, we had kind of different opinions about what goes on different roofs. So we had TECTA people, we had other folks. And in this case, Hoffman are the only folks, along with TECTA, who have done assessments on the roof. And do you see what I'm getting at?
No.
You're our expert. Forgive me, I'm forgetting your last name right now.
Miss Akler.
Okay. So, and we're comfortable with that. In other words, we voted on another appropriation where multiple people were up on the roofs checking things out. So that's just part of my question is we've had Hoffman do the assessment and we're good to go.
Yes, we are comfortable with them, very comfortable with them.
Okay.
And I'm confident in their work.
Has and this might be a question for Tom or Sal, but in terms of the TECTA consultants who work with the Board of Ed, are they also up there? Are they involved at all in the conversation with this project?
They were probably involved when they were doing the testing, but as far as, actually, he made the statement at this meeting at one point, the roof is failing. So their assessment is, it's time. We have got to get that roof replaced.
Okay.
Any more questions at this time? Mr. Walsh?
I guess to the first selectman, I don't even, maybe the fiscal officer can get involved. Have we ever looked at, with all the roofs that we have, on all the school buildings, town buildings, ever think about getting people on staff, full-time, here, that would be specialists in the roofing process, that would be certified by the warranty companies, to know what to look for, so that we're not having to pay all these outside services, $100 and something thousand a year to, not to say that we're not, I know we're getting a service out of Hoffman Architects to do it, but somehow to be able to analyze roofs, to be able to move people around, and them to advise us on what roofs should be next, where we would get expertise in-house. I don't know whether it's ever been looked at, or maybe it should be explored, but it always seems to me that we're in the roofing business at all times, between schools, between town buildings, you know, the Daughters of the American Revolution's built, you know, it's just like there's always some roofing project that's going on. And as opposed to paying outside people, I'm wondering whether it might be cheaper to get somebody or several people on board, and maybe that should be something that should be explored.
Yep, I know, to my knowledge, we haven't explored, have you heard of anything like that? Al, has the TFC discussed
There's
that?
been
or-
some talk, not at the TFC's meetings in general, but there's been some talk of talking with you and seeing if there's someone we could do, something that could happen there. It would mean hiring men, hiring people, qualified people, stealing the guy from Tecta, having him come on board and be the guy. I mean, that's what you basically need to do. Get a good you need a good couple, I mean, not just one, a couple good qualified people to do it, but there's been some discussion.
Even though it's tempting to discuss this at the
Yeah,
time that
no.
we're discussing the ward roof, perhaps we could come
For
back to
another-
this.
for another subject.
Because it is an
Another-
intriguing question.
Yeah.
Intriguing question. Anything else on the ward roof?
Along those lines, you know, in looking at this, this is materials and labor. In the Scope A construction cost estimate, it's all together.
Yes.
How does that break down a bit? Mr. White, when he was here, kind of broke out materials and labor separately for that.
Now, can you,
Project.
what do you need broken out?
What percentage of the cost of this is labor? And what
Of the $9
percentage
million
of the
construction,
$9
what-
million?
How much is labor?
It's a per square foot cost, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's an industry square foot cost.
So-
We'd have to get back, yeah, I have no idea.
You're, actually, I think the number you quoted us was about $35 a square foot.
That's materials and
from-
labor.
That's materials and labor together.
And just to be
Okay.
clear, we're using industry standard estimates because we have not gone out to bid yet on this.
Right, and if we get better estimates, if we get the least qualified bidder and he's less now, we're not going to spend that money.
The most
We're not
qual-
gonna spend
the-
that money.
The most qualified bidder who's less than that.
Well, did I say less? It's my bedtime. No, but that's the goal. I mean, we're going to be very thrilled.
Any further questions on the ward roof?
Will there be a chance for further comment after public comment, I'm assuming?
Have we done public comment?
No.
Okay.
Happy
Are we okay to go to public comment?
Yes.
All right. Anybody from the public who'd like to comment? Okay, if you please come up to the mic and identify yourself. And I just remind the public, it is public comment.
Hi, Sue Gow, 27 Pickwick Street. I do just want to encourage you to vote for the ward roof project. It is so necessary. When I was on the Board of Ed 2 years ago, we did vote for the project to move it forward then. So 2 years, it was needed 2 years ago, and it's just been getting worse since then. 2 years ago, when I walked through as a Board of Ed member the school, on a rainy day, there were buckets located in hallways all over the school, rain, water dripping into them. Since then, it has become a health issue. We've had a student and a teacher sick. At one time, there was a really bad water intrusion into the math center, which is in that library area that's listed under the first phase. So it is a health issue now and a health concern. So I do urge you to vote for this project. And as far as which way you go, it's hard for me to hear everything that was being said, and I'm certainly not an architect or an engineer. I don't know anything about all of that. I just ask you to do the healthy option, the healthiest thing. Yes, we know we can't just spend any amount of money frivolously, but the most important thing should be the health of the students, the teachers, the staff, so that envelope surrounding the building is closed. There's no more water intrusion, and the students and the staff are kept healthy. So it shouldn't be what's the easiest or what's the cheapest. It should be what's the healthiest option, and hopefully one that will get it moving this summer, because we do really need to get this going. Thank you.
Ms. Dow, are you talking about mold?
Yeah. Well, they had a rebate, they did abatement in the math center tutoring rooms. The teacher, the instructor there, was allergic to mold, had to be removed. They had to abate the whole room. We have a student who was a senior last year who missed the last few months of school because she was in the National Honor Society, and she was tutoring in that math center every day, and it made her sick. So yes, we have problems there, and it needs to be addressed. Like I said, sooner rather than later, so that we can definitely get moving on it this summer, because, as you said, if it's a 4-year project, they're going to take the worst area. That library area is the worst area, and that needs to be done first, but the rest of the building's still leaking, and the longer you wait, the more chances there are for that toxic mold to rear its ugly head. And we've already been down that road, and I mean, we've already now with the problems, I know Mr. Coyne did a great job in abating that room, but until the ceiling or roof is fixed, it can happen again. As it was said, the water can come in anywhere and just find its way. And, you know, the room was fixed, carpeting torn out, I guess walls redone, but you still, you know, if the envelope is not sealed, that outside envelope of, you know, the roof, it's going to happen all over. And then you just constantly keep spending money trying to redo the rooms, and you're not getting to the crux of the problem. So, yeah, so it is a concern.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else from the public?
Hi. Sorry, he's talking to me. My name is Charlotte Leslie. I live at 160 Hunter Road. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the ward roof. I should explain, I no longer have children in the system, so I want to explain to you why this project means so much to me. For those of you who don't know me, I was the McKinley president, PTA president in 2000 when they closed the building, and they subsequently demolished it. It had been raining in that building for years. I have to admit I'm very disappointed that the McKinley roof project is not on tonight's agenda, because they had roof problems even before they opened the building. I am a founding member of the Connecticut Foundation for Environmentally Safe Schools. I have been lobbying in Hartford for indoor air quality since 2002. I was the Tools for Schools, the first PTA Council Tools for Schools rep, because along with Mr. Cullen, we brought Tools for Schools back to the town. I was also the Fairfield Ludlow High School co-team leader. So again, I'm also disappointed that the Ludlow High School windows are not on tonight's agenda. And I was also PTA Council president. Approximately 10 years ago, my co-president and I were at a Board of Selectmen meeting at Fairfield Ward High School, and we spoke to them about please fix the roof, and they took that off the board. It had been raining in that building for years as well. So I have been on an almost 12-year journey learning the consequences of what a wet building is. And I had thought that the town was on this journey with me, and I hope that you are, because it is a mold problem, it is a health problem, and a wet building means you have sick people in your building. And some people will never be affected, thank goodness. Some people will be affected, and then when you take them out, they get better. But some people will never recover. We had over 80 people in McKinley who were sick. And I know a teacher who has lost her career over this, and many other students and staff. So this is something that over a decade ago, we were asking this town to fix those roofs. So please don't stall it any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Hi, I'm Catherine Giff from 11 O'Clock Road, and I can't say anything better than those two very qualified people can say. I'm just a parent at Ward, and I think the thing that believes the vast majority of us, just our common parents, is, well, the roof's leaking. They have to fix it. And, you know, I go to a lot of meetings. This is one of my first Board of Selectmen meetings, and it just seems there's a big picture, and there's just so many things that can derail what's clearly an obvious answer, that the roof's got to be fixed. So I'm not going to take any more of your time. I know that you're trying to make the best decisions, but this has been on there for 5-6 years. So, and they speak better than I do. Thanks for your time, and please move it along. Thanks.
Thank you. comments from the public? All right, seeing none, back to the board. Any further comments from the board?
Yeah, Al, is there any of this money that's in here, is that for anything for mold remediation?
No, John.
Okay. To, I guess, Dr. Title or Vito, what mold remediation needs to be, has been identified in the building and is being taken care of in this year's budget or the upcoming year's budget? And can you tell us to what degree there are mold problems in that school? I don't know.
I'll try and speak to your question. Tom Cullen, Director of Operations, Central Office. We've had a series of complaints, mainly in the library area, from staff and students reacting to numerous leaks that have come into carpeted areas and wet acoustical ceiling pads. But our rule of thumb, and with the industrial hygienists we work with, is clean up within 48 hours. So if we get to those wet areas and clean up and replace ceiling pads, dry out the carpet with a water extractor, put dehumidifiers in there and monitor it. That's part of the Tools for Schools program and what the state recommends. We jump right on those items. In turn, the custodians immediately notify through a computerized software program any leaks that come down through the building, so we can get them to our roof preventive maintenance contractor to identify those on the roof as he's out here on a regular basis and try and make repairs. We've ripped out carpeting in the library and some of the side rooms, put in VCT, vinyl composite tile. We feel that it keeps it drier, it keeps it cleaner, we're able to keep it cleaner. And it does seem to help a lot of the occupants when we remove any carpeting in an area where it's gotten wet. We monitor the ceiling pads and all that work. We have not done any indoor air quality testing at Fairfield Ward High School related to any of the water leaks based on the Tools for Schools process. The only indoor air quality testing that we have done is for radon, and that's a requirement through the state. So we have not identified any mold-related materials in the building.
When you removed the carpeting that you talked about, did you find mold behind the carpeting?
No.
So you have no evidence that you know of that there's mold in that building?
No.
And despite the fact that people have been getting ill, you've not done any indoor air quality testing at all for mold spores, anything else like that?
No.
And why not?
Because if you've got to investigate the way the program runs, you need to get a consistent amount of people complaining from a consistent area. So we would need to hear from, in the library, the 40 to 50 people going to the nurse, feeling ill, headaches, nausea, to substantiate that there was a major issue going on in there. And I've talked to the Director of Health about this in Fairfield and with the state. And what you do is you monitor it. We meet, the principals have Tools for Schools meeting on a regular basis. They talk to the teachers, they talk to the nurse and the custodian, what kind of complaints are coming in, are there any odors in the building or any areas getting wet, and they document things, and you look at the history of the facility and the places. And that's the new way we identify when we do indoor air quality testing. So if we were to get numerous complaints from a specific room or specific area, talk with the nurse, kids are getting sick and headaches and going to the nurse's office, then we would seek an indoor air quality test through an industrial hygienist.
Okay, are you familiar with the situation that Ms. Dow brought up, where there was that individual and the student and the teacher
Yes.
in that one room?
One of the rooms was the math center. That's the room where we removed the carpet. We went in and put VCT in on a holiday break. We checked the HVAC equipment to make sure nothing had broke down or stopped running. You want a constant flow of exhaust out of the room. There was down the hall a little bit from the library was a smaller room where water came through. There was an exit way and a small storage room. We did a lot of cleanup in that area, replaced pads and extracted the water from the carpet and dried it out. So we've had some issues. We have a new request that some of the smaller rooms are still seem to be damp or a complaint coming in, so we're going to look at removing the carpet in those rooms and putting VCT. So we are responding. We're monitoring HVAC equipment to make sure it's running and working properly in that area. And I know Jim Coyne is running his Tools for Schools program and documenting things.
Just given the hour, and I know these are important questions, the Board of Ed, with their annual budget and the maintenance categories, will be up before us in just a few weeks to review this perhaps in more detail. It seems like one of the ways that we can help this, the best case, is get the roof taken care of to stop the water. But are there any more questions on the ward roof project itself?
I don't have questions, just comments.
Okay.
The roof has to be replaced. I'm going to vote to replace the roof. Our process and how we got here is a frustration for me, and again, I actually want to recognize the hard work that has been done by so many people to get the information here. Just to be able to look forward when we talk about the Ludlow windows, I'd like to be able to have information ahead of time so that I can review it and go out and talk with people in the community, members of the TFC, etc. But it's clear that the issue has to be addressed. I was in the school myself touring with my 8th grader, and there was someone on a ladder taking out a wet ceiling tile out of the building. So I wondered, was that just for me, or it was clearly something that was as an ongoing issue in the school. So I will be voting to support this roof. I just would like to recognize that in the future coming down, we need to have enough time to review this. And that's an issue that we face and have faced as an RTM member as well, and we need to make sure that we look at how to do that differently.
Mr. Walsh, any final
I
comments?
agree with wholeheartedly Ms. McCarthy-Vahey's comments. I believe with the experience that we've had in this town with mold that have created at schools for failure for roofs to be done on a timely basis, we need to be a little bit more proactive on some of this stuff. And I would like to see more indoor air quality tests done, especially when we have leaking roofs, just to make sure that we don't have a problem. Because we lost the school. We had to, pay almost 25, it might have been more, $1 million to rebuild McKinley. And I thought we had kind of learned that lesson. And to the extent that there could be mold festering in walls that we don't even know about because this water's going someplace. And something tells me it's not all going to one ceiling tile that we see. There's some probably going into walls that we're not seeing. And I guess this is the first time I'm hearing that people are getting sick in these buildings or allegedly getting sick. But, I would hope that the school system would develop some type of testing system in the areas where we know there's water infiltration. So, but I agree that I feel like the need's been shown. I'm not happy about the cost, but I don't think there's anything we can really do. It's market cost. The time has come to replace this roof, and as much as I don't feel like spending $11 million for a roof, the cost is what the cost is, and it's time to get the roof done. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that I agree with both my colleagues that there's nobody arguing on the other side that we don't need a roof or that Ward doesn't need a roof. It's certainly come time to do that, and there's certainly been enough examples that we need to move forward on this. And I think that, but also to Mr. Walsh's comment, and I hope that perhaps during the budget hearings, if the central office could just elaborate a little bit on kind of the maintenance and the mold issue and how you address that so that we can elaborate on that for everybody. I think that would be helpful at that time. So are we ready to vote?
I have another question.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone, but in terms of the project, the architect is going to be following through, but we don't have a building committee. Will the TFC serve as the building committee, essentially, in terms of approval of invoices, et cetera? I'm assuming that, but I just want to clarify that is that.
We're going to shepherd it through, right? Yeah, TFC's in on
Okay.
it. out of Stratfield and into roofs. I'm in the business.
And specifically, because it's a roof project, it's, I'm going to suggest, a very technical area beyond, and not as complex as a school, where we would be getting a full building committee involved in that type of process. And then we do have Hoffman, in essence, on board, or plan to be on board, as our owner's rep through the process. And again, we're approving 11 million, not to exceed. We're not guaranteed to spend 11 million. That's a top-end number in terms of what the approval is we're giving. Any further questions or discussion? Ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations, Ward. Got your roof. All right.
Thanks, Al. Yep.
Thank you.
Next up, from the Director of Human Resources, to hear an update on the a new fire department contracts. Should just take a moment to point out that this is a little bit different process than we've followed in the past. Historically, what we've done and all that we're required to do by regulation is to have the first selectman agree to terms with the bargaining unit, and then send this off to the RTM. What we're trying to do this time is a little bit different. We're trying to basically issue a report to the Board of Selectmen. The goal here is twofold. One is to improve communication. Communication at the Board of Selectmen, so that the selectmen are up to speed on what's going on. Also, to the extent that this is captured on Fair TV, in the minutes, in the newspapers, and online news media, that the RTM and the public will have more of a heads up than typically the 2 or 3 days they get, historically have gotten before this going into subcommittee. So we're trying to do it a little bit different in the interest of providing more information sooner as part of the process. So again, it's not, there's nothing on this agenda to be approved, but it is a report on the process or an update on the contract negotiations. Mr. O'Malley, please take it from there.
Thank you. The town submitted a contract between the town and the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1426, in July of 2010, an MOA, and it was defeated by the RTM. The town then entered into arbitration this past month with the union. At that time, there was an assessment by the council, the labor council that we had retained to represent us in arbitration, of the benefit and cost of pursuing or continuing the arbitration process. So I really would like to introduce Pat McHale, our counsel on this matter, so that he can brief you on why we are taking the unusual action of returning a defeated MOA to the bodies.
Thank you, Mary. Hello, everyone. Pat McHale. Pleased to have been asked to work with the town of Fairfield as Labor Council for the last 8 months or so. We're talking about the fire contract. The fire contract expired on June 30th, 2010. The fire contract applies to 93 firefighters. The contract that will succeed that contract will be effective from July 1, 2010 until June 30, 2013. As we sit here tonight, we are more than halfway through, time-wise, that 3-year contract. I believe you have information that was distributed to you in advance, 2 documents principally. One is a tentative agreement that was dated July 7th that Ms. Marilees referred to. That's the settlement agreement. There's a second document that you need to be aware of, which is what triggers the question as to whether it's in the interest of the town to continue to debate the terms of the fire contract. And that's a memorandum of understanding that was entered into on January 24th, 2011. Everyone have that? Okay. What happened was the RTM rejected, just a minute about collective bargaining. Under Connecticut's municipal collective bargaining laws, the chief elected official, your first selectman, is responsible for negotiating collective bargaining agreements. To the extent that those contracts involve the commitment of new monies, or to the extent that any provisions in those contracts conflict with a provision of the town charter, in either of those instances, the agreements must be ratified by the legislative body. In this community, the legislative body is the RTM. So 16 days after the contract was settled, the RTM decided that the contract should be rejected. However, on January 24th, 2011, the first selectman decided to enter into a memorandum of understanding that you see here. It has Exhibit 8 on it, that severely restricts what issues will be subject to arbitration. And those issues are 3. Now, under collective bargaining laws, this memorandum of understanding should have been presented to the RTM for consideration within 14 days of when it was entered into. Under the Municipal Employee Relations Act, because this agreement solidified 95% of the settlement that was rejected, this required, and it involved commitment of funds, this needed to be approved by the legislative body. This agreement was never taken before the legislative body. 44 days after this agreement was reached, if the legislative body, the RTM, does not reject the agreement, this agreement is binding on the municipality under collective bargaining laws. So, as a result of this January 24th, 2011 Memorandum of Understanding, which postdated the RTM's rejection of the settlement by about 6 months, the town now is limited in terms of what issues can come before the arbitration panel. Now, you need to know what those issues are. You and the RTM ultimately will need to know what those issues are so it can make an informed decision since the circumstances have changed following the rejection by the RTM. The issues that are subject to arbitration involve sick leave. As part of the settlement, the town and the fire union agreed to restrict the annual allocation of sick leave. Officers who had worked at least 10 years received 30 days of sick leave each year. Officers who worked 5 years or more received 20 days of sick leave each year, and less senior officers received less sick leave. The parties agreed to drastically reduce the annual sick leave accumulation from those 30 and 20-day allotments to 12 days. By making this an issue in arbitration, the gains that the town achieved through that part of the settlement are now at issue in arbitration. According to this agreement, the fire union would like to go back to the 30 and 20 days. The town would like to keep the 12 days that it's negotiated. So that's the first issue that the arbitration panel will have jurisdiction over. The second issue that the arbitration panel will have jurisdiction over concerns the third year of the wages. Those would be the wages that would be in effect from July 1, 2012 until June 30, 2013. There are 3 years of wage settlements under this settlement. The first year was a wage freeze, so by agreement of the parties, there was a hard freeze, no general wage increase, no step movement for the period of July 1, 2010 until June 30, 2011. In the second year under the settlement, there would be a 2% general wage increase plus step movement. And in the third year of the settlement, there would be a 2.75% wage increase plus step movement. So that third year, 2.75, is at issue in the arbitration. So now we have sick leave, where the town had achieved significant concessions, which is now open as an issue in arbitration. And the second issue is wages in the third year. The parties bargained 2.75. According to this memorandum of understanding, the town wants less, the union wants more. The third issue that's at issue in this arbitration deals with the issue of pensions for people who are hired as of the effective date of the new agreement. Well, that presents a complicating issue. As part of the settlement that you see in this document, the parties agreed that Currently, the maximum pension a firefighter can achieve is 80% of final average pay. As part of the settlement, the agreement was anyone hired on or after July 1, 2010, the maximum pension under the defined benefit pension plan would be 75% of final average pay. There was also a provision in Article 30, Section 9, which is the issue that is in dispute under the Memorandum of Agreement, that talks about a voluntary 401A type plan, which is a defined contribution post-employment benefit. The issue that is subject to arbitration is whether, for new hires, those hired after the effective date of the agreement, whether their participation in a defined contribution plan would be mandatory as opposed to discretionary. The problem we're presented with is part of the agreement that is not subject to arbitration calls for a 75% cap for those same folks, making it very difficult for an arbitrator to rule when the parties have agreed that for people hired after July 1, 2010, the cap on the pension will be 75%, that now we're going to have a defined contribution plan for that group. So as a result of this January 24th Memorandum of Understanding, that's what we're down to in terms of the issues that can be achieved in arbitration. It's important that you understand the process and how the collective bargaining process works once arbitration is invoked. And I just want to share with you some materials that I'm not going to bore you with in great detail, but I want you to understand the factors that are relevant to the arbitrators in deciding each issue and dispute. So for this fire arbitration, should we proceed with it, there will be 3 issues in dispute. Sick leave, does it stay at 30 days and 20 days, or do we get the benefit of the bargain, which was 12? Wages, is it 2.75 in the 3rd year? Is it less? Is it more? Pension for new hires, is it a defined contribution plan or is it a defined benefit pension plan? Those are the choices. With regard to the issues in dispute, and if you turn to the last page of the materials I just handed you, it's titled, How Do Arbitrators Decide Issues in Dispute in Interest Arbitration Proceedings? Everyone have that?
Yeah.
There's a statute, 7-473C D9, that sets forth the 6 criteria that arbitrators must consider. The priority consideration, okay, the priority that the arbitration panel must focus on is the public interest and the financial capability of the town, including other demands on the town's financial capability. Okay? That's commonly referred to in shorthand as ability to pay. It's really not ability to pay, it's the public interest, is the way I read it, including consideration of other demands on the town's resources. The other factors are important in cases like this, where you have a negotiated settlement, where the parties who were participating in negotiations agreed on the terms of a deal. And that's where we get to criteria A, the negotiations between the parties prior to arbitration. Arbitrators give significant weight to settlements that are mutually negotiated between the parties. And it is extremely difficult to go to arbitration where you have in negotiations reached a mutually agreed upon settlement and then convince an arbitration panel to award something other than that. It's very easy for an arbitrator to say, who am I to substitute my judgment for the judgment of the parties, the elected official who negotiated the contract, the union president and his committee who negotiated the contract. And if you look historically at arbitrations that followed negotiated settlements that were rejected, you would find only one exception, only one time when an arbitration panel has substituted its judgment. So that where a party proposes an arbitration, the exact same terms as compared to what was negotiated, in every case except one, the arbitration panel has awarded the offers of the party that proposed an arbitration identical terms to the terms of the settlement. So that's important for you to know. The other criteria are relevant but not particularly instructive for our current circumstances. The interest of the employee group, how are they affected? the changes in the cost of living. That's relevant with regard to wages and other benefit enhancements. Existing conditions of the employee group as compared to similar groups. How we pay firefighters here versus the town of West Hartford, the town of Greenwich, city of Norwalk, other comparable communities. And the wages, salaries, fringe benefits, and other conditions of employment prevailing in the labor market, including developments in the private sector. So those are the criteria. The important criteria I want to share with you is the fact that the history of negotiations matters, which is why when you do collective bargaining, it is very important that you don't reach a settlement or you do everything within your power to ensure that you reach a settlement which is one that your legislative body will not find unacceptable. Because the history of negotiations matters. So you want to consult with your legislative body before you start negotiations, identify what the priorities are of the legislative body, what would they or would they not approve, and then you undertake bargaining consistent with what will be approved. There's no sense spending months negotiating a contract to have it rejected. In this case, we're talking about probably $80,000 to $100,000 in fees. Fees for people like me, fees for arbitrators, fees for stenographers, fees for transcript charges. In order to have an arbitration over the 3 issues that are at issue in Exhibit 8 as a result of the January 24th, 2011 Memorandum of Agreement. I'm in the business of representing towns. All I do is represent towns and boards of education, trying to make their contracts more affordable. I'm delighted to represent the town in an arbitration on this matter. I can't in good conscience go forward without suggesting to your first selectman that we consider the circumstances resulting from this and make a judgment as to whether it's in the interest of the town to spend that kind of money over the limited scope of issues that we can hope to achieve. In the best case scenario, on issue 1, we get what we've bargained, which is a reduction in sick leave. With regard to issue number 2, wages, this is a settlement that involved a wage freeze in the first year, 2 in the second, and 2.75 in the third. So 4.75 over 3 years, much less than 2% a year. The one contract settlement that the RTM did approve was with the Town Hall Group that was over 8% over 3 years. So the likelihood of us getting a number less than 2.75, in light of the only other contract that's been negotiated and ratified being almost twice as much as in terms of a wage component, is remote. And finally, with regard to this issue of pensions, even if we are to convince an arbitration panel that for those who are hired after the arbitration award, which at the earliest would come out in July, those people who come out and are employed by the town, assuming the town hires anyone between the window of July 1, 2012 and July 1, 2013, when this contract that we're arbitrating or negotiating, whatever we choose, will have expired, to pay between $80,000 and $100,000 over that hypothetical number of employees as to whether they will be in a 401A defined contribution plan, to my mind, seems like a poor investment of those excessive financial commitments. That said, it's the legislative body's decision. But when the legislative body rejected this settlement in July 2010, it had no idea that the town would be so restricted in terms of the types of things it could hope to make improvements on in arbitration. When you look at the minutes from the RTM meeting, at that July 26, 2010 meeting where the settlement was rejected, people voiced concerns about wages, they voiced concerns about medical insurance, they voiced concerns about pensions. Well, there is no ability to deal with medical insurance in this arbitration because of the agreement that was reached. We pay for family coverage in this town $29,000 a year. We will pay $29,000 a year plus whatever the increase is as of July 1, 2012, because we can't touch medical insurance in this arbitration proceeding. There are a variety of other economic parts of this contract that if you would want to invest $80,000 to $100,000 in arbitration, that you would want to have some hope of being able to make improvements on. So that's why I suggested to Mr. Tetro that we should pause before we spend more money on this and ask, in light of this agreement that significantly restricts arbitration, does the RTM, does the legislative body in this community still believe, and in light of the fact that we're more than halfway through the contract that would result from the arbitration award, is the RTM still of a mind that pressing on with regard to an arbitration of this agreement is in the best interest of the taxpayers of the town of Fairfield? That's the question. Whatever they decide, I'm delighted to pursue the arbitration route, or move on to the other 6 contracts that remain unsettled in this town that still need attention, since they all came up and expired in June 30, 2010. You have questions? Is there anything I can answer about my remarks or about what we're facing? Any questions from the board?
I've got plenty. You start, Kristen, you want to start? Go with the ladies first?
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. McHale. Glad to have you on board. First of all, Mr. First Selectman, I've never seen this document before. Where was this kept or to be found? Since, I mean, because I was on the Board of Selectmen at that point in time, and this is the first time I'm seeing it.
I'm going to refer that to Ms. Carol Merrilies in terms of where was that document? If you come to the podium and...
I was not involved in either the negotiation of the fire contract nor this agreement. I got it sometime, a significant time after the signing date. But I had not been involved in it, so I was not a member of the negotiating team.
And the other question, just to follow on, and I believe I got it as part of the original packet when we sat down and started going through the contracts.
The arbitration
So
package.
it was in that packet of documents at that time.
Good thing is I wasn't CC'd on it. Was this required to go to the Board of Selectmen pursuant to our charter?
No, it would not need to go to the Board of Selectmen. As I indicated earlier,
Pat, if you could...
Sure,
just step
sorry,
back and podium.
absolutely.
There's a mic there, we're just
Yep.
trying to capture that.
Absolutely. Mr. Walsh, the law doesn't, it views 2 parties as principal to collective bargaining. The chief elected officer is the spokesperson of the town at the bargaining table. The legislative body, in this case the RTM, must be consulted on any agreements that are reached which involve the commitment of funds or agreements which conflict with the charter provision. So if you're going to reach a negotiated settlement that conflicts with the charter, and for that agreement to be valid, it's supposed to go to the legislative body for ratification. Similarly, if you're going to reach an agreement that involves the commitment of funds, for example, in this case, the second year is agreed upon, that's a 2% wage. We added 1 more firefighter to our minimum manning. My understanding is that cost hundreds of thousands of new dollars to do that. That should have gone to the RTM as the legislative body, since it involved the commitment of funds, meaning that's not an issue in arbitration as a result of this agreement. That agreement to increase minimum manning by 1 is not in dispute. That's a settlement that resulted when this was reached. The RTM rejected all those terms. All of those new items in the contract were rejected in 2010, in July of 2010, when it came before them. 6 months later, this agreement was reached, January 24th, 2011, that said, okay, well, but we're going to keep everything that was settled, okay? numerous items, and you see it in the other document you have, this multi-page tentative agreement. Everything that's settled is resolved, and these will be the only 3 issues that will be subject to arbitration. That should have gone to the RTM for their consideration. The way the statute reads is as follows. When a chief elected official negotiates a contract that requires legislative body approval, he or she has 14 days to present it to the legislative body. The legislative body then has 30 days following that presentation to approve or reject. If the first selectman, in this case, does not present it for ratification to the RTM and 44 days pass, as a matter of law, this agreement becomes, by operation of law, effective.
So it was a breach of our charter for the first selectman to sign this agreement.
Well, it was a breach of the Municipal Employee Relations Act. It was a breach of the contractual ratification statute under the Municipal Employee Relations Act for that to happen.
Perhaps to clarify, not to sign it necessarily, but not to get it approved by the RTM?
Yeah.
So it's, at some point, it's okay if the first selectman sign that, if I understand you correctly, but it's got to go to the RTM for approval. Can't sign it,
Okay.
because there's, in essence, the clock is ticking. You've got so many days to get legislative approval, or it's automatically approved.
It's deemed
Is that-
approved.
Okay, and I can't actually believe I'm asking this question again.
That's okay.
After just having gone through a process that we went through over the last couple of months. But can we void this agreement, another agreement, this agreement, can we void it by the first selectman failing to follow the procedure that's in the statute?
You cannot. There's plenty of precedent under the law for what happens when either the first selectman never brings it back to the legislative body,
Yeah.
or the legislative body doesn't act within the 30 days following the 14 days to bring it back. Here we have a case of the first selectman never bringing it back to the legislative body. There's consistent precedent that following 44 days after the agreement is reached, the municipality is bound by it.
Okay. That was, and as point of reference, where we kind of went through that again as a town, when the secret side letter that expanded the minimum manning took place, because we didn't know about it, that 44 days passed, we couldn't challenge that after the fact, even though it should have gone to the RTM.
Okay. So that was another situation where Mr. Flater didn't send another document to the RTM that was supposed to, by statute, go to the RTM.
But it's been explained to me, because this is governed by state statute, it's not just a function of our charter and our approval process, and those time limits are set up by state statute. Those are the things we can't go back on, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, the statute in particular is 7-474B, and it says, such request, the request that should have been made within 14 days, shall be considered approved. Okay? If the legislative body fails to vote to approve or reject such request within 30 days of the end of the 14-day period for submission. So the fact that it was never submitted to the RTM doesn't give us any ability to claim foul, because the statute contemplates the failure to submit and holds the municipality responsible for the failure to submit. So you have 30 days from the date under law by which it should have been submitted to ratify or reject, and your failure to act, although in this case the RTM, to my knowledge, was not even aware of its existence, so would not have voted on it within any period of time, let alone 30 days, was, for lack of a better word, it had no opportunity to express its opinion on this agreement, which occurred 6 months after it rejected the settlement. That this agreement, essentially for 95% of it, says we will have it anyway, and we'll arbitrate just these 3 things.
To Mr. Tetra or Mr. McHale, did we have an attorney, whether that be one employed by, be it one of the town attorneys or an outside attorney we had negotiate this agreement, to anyone's knowledge?
That occurred long before I was in this seat, so I don't have any point of reference for that.
Mr. Saxel was working with Mr. Flato. I've spoken to them both about this agreement
Yeah.
once I was hired, to understand how it came about and when it came about.
Did they tell you about that?
Oh, yes.
What did they tell you about that?
Well, Mr. Flato indicated that he thought that he didn't want to have a protracted arbitration, that he wanted a simple arbitration, and he thought that the settlement was fair, and that he thought this would be a fair way to adjudicate a limited number of issues, so there wouldn't be a lot of expense or time, and that he thought this settlement was in the interest of the town. Mr. Saxel didn't remember being a part of the negotiation of it, and Mr. Flato couldn't recall if Mr. Saxel was involved or not involved. Most of the negotiations took place with the firefighters was what they call off-the-record negotiations. Off-the-record means it didn't happen. We can't introduce what we talked about as part of the history of negotiations unless we reach an agreement. That goes to this issue that I pointed out to you about the history of negotiations being relevant. So there isn't a lot of notes, there isn't a lot of history. All we have is an agreement. We have it being rejected, and then we have a memorandum of understanding saying, despite the rejection of an agreement, we're only going to arbitrate over these three issues. And as the language says, in all other aspects, the parties agree that the tentative agreement reached by the parties on July 7th, that's the one that was rejected by the RTM on July 26th, shall remain in full force and effect, and there are no other issues where the town and the union have reached an impasse.
So on the town side, the only person that knew about the existence of this until Ms. Carol Merrilies' office received a copy after it was fully signed and executed was Mr. Flato.
I don't know. I mean, Mr. Flato couldn't recall whether Mr. Saxel knew. Certainly the union knew about it. When you say on the town side, I assume you mean management.
Well, anybody on the town side, you know.
Well, the union was aware. They signed it the same day.
Well, the union's negotiating on their own part. That's not the problem.
Right.
I mean, you know, how they're handling their negotiations is to them, and I guess good for them that they had better representation representing them in this thing. But in regards to this, the only person from your conversations with Mr. Flato and Mr. Saxel that really knew about this prior to its execution was at least Mr. Flato, and he can't recall whether Mr. Saxel knew anything about it.
Correct.
Did Mr. Flato express to you that he understood that he was avoiding the RTM by not bringing this agreement to them?
He did not express that.
Did he tell you
knew
that
or
he was
didn't
trying to
know?
get around the RTM by not bringing it back to them?
We didn't get into the vagaries of what he should or shouldn't have done. I didn't view it as my role to lecture him as to the
Did
law.
he or Mr. Saxel express to you that they understood the statute of what the requirements were for them to operate under, and that they needed to go back to the RTM?
No, we didn't have a conversation about that.
I do want to just take a moment to point out, because it was referenced earlier, that in point of fact, the negotiating team now, made up of Mary Pat and myself, is working with a formal process. We're not doing the informal sessions. There's much more extensive note-taking, documentation of each step along the way, and we will continue to do that with each of the union negotiations to kind of avoid this off-the-record, who knew what when type of background.
In the statutes that were not followed by this town and the prior administration, is there any penalty in the statute for a first selectman or administration for not taking this agreement back to the RTM as is required by law?
There is no penalty. The statute, Mr. Walsh says, it is a prohibited practice, which is in the public sector the equivalent of an unfair labor practice in the private sector. It's a prohibited practice to fail, for a chief elected official to fail to bring the settlement to the legislative body within such 14-day period. But that becomes a non-issue once the 44-day period runs, because there's no one to claim foul, since the union has the benefit of its bargain. The town's locked into the deal since it wasn't rejected within 44 days. There's nothing in the collective bargaining laws that allows a municipality to punish its elected official or its chief negotiator or anyone else on its side of the table for failing to follow the rules as they should have benefited or accrued to the legislative body. There's nothing about that.
In your experience in dealing with municipalities, and
there's no remedy at all? I mean, how's the RTM to prevent a first selectman from failing to follow state statute and for basically continuing to engage in an unfair labor practice? How do you stop that person from doing that?
It's an excellent question, and the collective bargaining laws look at there being two parties, the employer and the unions, and it is incumbent upon the employer to know what it's doing. It's incumbent upon the employer to know what the authority is of the elected official to bargain, and the obligations of the elected official to know what the limits of its authority are and what needs to be approved. And the statute, as it reads, punishes the municipality for a failure on the part of its chief negotiator, its chief elected official, to usurp, which is the best word I can think of, from the legislative body the right to approve or disapprove agreements which cost money or which conflict with the charter. If this was an agreement that didn't cost any money, and if it didn't conflict with any charter provisions, there would be no requirement for legislative body ratification. These agreements all do cost money, lots of money. And so they do require legislative body ratification. But to your point, there is no remedy within the labor law when one party screws it up as regards itself. There's nothing.
Yeah, I think that I would like to point out that, in fact, one of the reasons we brought on Mr. McHale as early in the process as we did is because we wanted somebody representing the town that understood labor practices, understood the law, understood the nuances, and could do this. If you remember back to the infamous side letter agreement, one of the rulings we got by the town attorney at that time was it didn't have to go to the RTM. Obviously, what we're hearing now is that it did, based on the state statute and law, because it was something that impacted the contract to a significant amount of money. But I think that there's no excuse for not knowing the rules, and that's why we went out and got somebody on our side who is an expert in labor law, is an expert in keeping the town on the straight and narrow, and an expert in making sure that we live up to our obligations to negotiation with the unions, and make sure that this type of thing doesn't happen and ever again. So that was one of the first steps we took, or I took back in June, was to bring Mr. McHale on board as part of our team.
I guess I can say hallelujah to that, but that he's here, but the problem is that there's nothing, at least for this contract, that can really help us in where we are today.
That's the challenge, and that's why that's why we're sitting here today.
Yeah.
And that's why we're reviewing this, and that's why there've been so few changes made to the contract, literally in the last 18 months.
And I understand in a private sector how there's ways to take care of this. If a CEO does this, the board of directors can fire him. But unfortunately, with the person making these decisions, it's an elected official who is there for a period of time until you stumble upon this. And even if you did, there's nothing that you can probably do to prevent it anyway. Unless, I guess, and I guess my question is to you, we could correct our charter to make it a requirement that in these type of labor situations, on these labor contracts, on changes, that he's required to do it under our charter. Is that
Well, I don't know that, let's assume your charter was
State
express.
statute- state statute
If your
takes care of
charter
it.
was express, your charter is no more powerful in requiring something than Connecticut statute. Connecticut statute says, okay, any agreement that requires a request for funds necessary to implement it shall be submitted by the bargaining representative of the municipality within 14 days of the date on which such agreement is reached, and present it to the legislative body, which may approve or reject such request. So you may have that exact same provision in your charter, but having it in your charter wouldn't guarantee compliance with it any more than having it in the law guaranteed compliance with it in this case.
unless there was a provision in the charter that would penalize the first selectman for not doing that? Say that he would waive all rights to his pension or something if one was ever granted, or lose rights to any type of health care benefits. then it would be in his best interest to do something like that. And
Kristen?
it's unfortunate, but the more of these secret agreements that keep coming out, it's just, it's insanity. I mean, it's, and there's nothing we can do about it.
And it's almost Groundhog Day. I mean, that's
Well.
literally, that's how it feels. A couple thoughts. It's just extremely upsetting to be sitting here and having this conversation again. And, you know, I remember when I was in school as a child and one child would do something wrong and the whole class would get punished, and I thought that that was tremendously unfair. And that's, you know, a great life lesson that my teachers taught me. I think in this case, you know, there were rules, there are laws in place. There are laws in place. So as much as we want to change our charter, as much as we can have that conversation, and perhaps there are ways to do that, but there are rules in place, and they weren't followed. And it's just disturbing. You know, I think part of what I would like to say here to you, our chief negotiator, our first selectman, to those of you who are bargaining on our behalf, is that we do expect you to follow the law, and we will hold you accountable. And I do appreciate that you're here with such clarity of presentation. I mean, this is a very helpful document. This is wonderful. I assume that you will be passing this along to all the members of the RTM.
Yes.
I think that's phenomenal in terms of framing the conversation for them. Now, I have some other, not related to the memorandum, if I might make some other comments, just in terms
That's okay with you, Mr. Walsh?
of contract negotiation in general. You know, in this case, I was on this RTM, so I kind of am having a little bit of a taste of what Mr. Walsh felt before, because I didn't have a chance to have a voice and have my voice be heard, and that's the right of the legislative body. If anything, that's one of the things I'm going to miss about being on the RTM, is the opportunity to discuss and vote on the contracts, which have a tremendous impact on our budget and our future, and on our employees. I think one of the things that I wanted to make sure that I brought up on the record tonight was the need for an asset liability study, which has been talked about by the pension board. It's been talked about among other town bodies, so that we can look at all the issues and understand what we are dealing with in terms of when we are bargaining, whether it's about a 401A, whether it's about changing the retirement age, whether it's about changing the percentage of what we're allowing if we are going with a pension, and that we can actually use that data to then make the decisions and hear from the legislative body what it is they're looking for and what their priorities are, as you said. So I hope that as we move forward, we really will do that. I'd like to make sure that gets passed on to Mr. Hiller as well, because these are really significant issues that impact all of us and drive our budget. So I'm at a bit of a loss with this, and very frustrated.
More comments?
Yeah, I guess, you know, I like some of Kristen's comments as well, but there's got to be confidence in the system that our first selectman is going to follow the charter and follow the statutes. And in the last several months, that's become apparent, and these are just two situations that we've learned about. But that has got to happen. And I know I asked before our body that we needed charter revision for the last situation. I think we need charter revision because of this situation. And I would ask the first selectman to start looking at that and say whether we should go back and take a look. I know there's some arguments that says you can't prevent people from breaking the law, you can't prevent people from breaking the charter, but there are consequences, and there are checks and balances, better ones that could be put in place so that, you know, the town bodies can be respected to get what they're supposed to get when they're supposed to see it, and also that the public can feel that we are looking out for their best interests, and that proper procedures and state statutes are being followed by the town at a minimum, and the town charter is being followed. This is extremely disappointing. Mr. McHale, I was on the RTM for about 10 or 11 years before this. Some of the things you mentioned earlier about going to the RTM and, make a lot of sense prior to coming to formal agreements, which has never been done around here. And I think that, the First Selectman needs to work with Mr. McHale about what a new process is going to be for contracts
Yep.
and how we're going to work them.
Mr. Walsh, a couple of quick points here. One is that the reason these things are coming to light is because we are following a new process. We are being transparent. We are going back and following the charter, and we're making sure this stuff comes to light. And each of these things that have come up because we've gone back and tried to do it the right way. We are out there looking out for our citizens and making sure we follow good process, follow the law, and make sure we run this government as open as possible in doing that. In terms of the process that you're suggesting, conversations are already underway as to how we do that and make sure we work closer. And I would point out that this very meeting is an example of that. This meeting never took place in the past. All right? So the reason you know about that, the reason you're commenting on that 3 weeks before the RTM gets it, is because we took pains to run this meeting so everybody would have time to know about it, think about it, come to terms with it before the RTM was forced to vote on it. The reason we're having this, and because we know as much as we do, because we took the trouble to research and hire Mr. McHale, who is an expert in the field. We met over 2 years ago, I think, when you talked on a CCM panel on labor relations, and it was from that meeting that we came back and brought you back again to do that here. So I think that we are trying to do everything we can to make sure we formalize the process, to make sure we follow the law. And by the way, that's good for both sides in a negotiation. Okay? You need to have clear communication on both sides. You need to follow a clear process on both sides. You need to know once you made a commitment, because there's nothing that's happening here that is creating good feelings. There's nothing that's happening here that's creating goodwill. There's nothing that's happening here that makes one side feel good about the negotiation they had with the other. Right? And they should, because there have been a lot of good people involved in that. That just when the negotiations are, again, kept in secret, the documents are hidden, the documents are not disclosed to the appropriate parties. If we're proud of the agreement we negotiated, we should be sharing it. The reason we're here is to make sure that we all know about what we're about to propose to the RTM. And if there are question or issues, let's get them out. We've got 2 or 3 weeks to answer those questions and make sure that the RTM can make the most informed decision it can in a few weeks from now. Kristen?
To that end, you referenced in your comments that the minutes of the RTM meeting and the comments that were made were germane to the analysis and the conversation. So it's important to me that the RTM actually see the full contract documents, maybe via email, that they can see completely the changes between the two, and then, again, be able to have their comments reflect the full big picture.
Of course.
Just a couple things. Mike, first, I do want to thank you for bringing this to us, and I'm glad the process is changing. I don't believe we've, at least to my knowledge, had an attorney that specialized in labor relations representing the town. And I think that's with the amount of money that makes up the salary portion of our budget. I think it's wise that we do, and I'm glad you've gone in that direction, and I'm glad you've been forthright in bringing this to us, and it hasn't stayed hidden, which it has been since 2011, January, when this was signed.
I would make a minor clarification to both points. One, the Board of Ed has used a labor attorney for the last several rounds, and forgive me for not knowing exactly how many rounds, but certainly Don Houston. Don Houston was involved, I think, Marion, one contract on the town side that we started to, but I don't know how fully engaged he was by the prior administration. And Mr. McHale was actually engaged for a very brief period of time. I think it was measured in days.
Correct.
Before a change in course was made a couple years back.
Well, nonetheless, I still thank you for bringing this matter forward so that we can all have a historical perspective on where we are and the problem we have with where we stand right now. And I have no problem with the way, I have to say, this is no bearing on what the fire union has done. They negotiate their side. What I'm concerned about is the way we negotiate our side. And those rules clearly weren't followed, and it concerns me that we're in the position that we're in, which is basically to, it's a problem with the RTM, that, their wishes aren't being followed in where we are. And I guess my last question I have for you is, where does that leave us? Can we go back to the other contract? Will the union consider it? Or are we stuck with possibly going to arbitration if they won't agree to go back to the original tentative agreement?
My caution would be not getting too much into negotiating strategy in public in this session.
Okay.
All right? What we're presenting here is what we're going to present to the RTM.
Explain that to me. I don't know what
The contract in front of you is what we're going to present to the RTM.
For them to approve?
Yes.
Okay. For the reasons mentioned herein?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
And primarily because of that document that you just set down in front of you, that limited the options, and any negotiation or any arbitration comes at a significant cost. And I don't think that had been expressed to the RTM in the past.
All right. Okay. I have no further questions.
All right. Hey, Kristen? Anything on your side?
The selectman rests.
All right. All right. Since this is a report, Mr. McHale, thank you very much.
Thank you. I wish my first time for meeting you involved the exchange of more pleasant news, but I appreciate your questions and understand what your expectations are going forward, as they should be.
Thanks for the education as well.
Thank you for staying so late today.
No problem.
Appreciate it. All right, next up on the agenda is tax collector refunds. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
They're all signed.
Good.
And
Thank
Jen
you.
over there.
Hear and consider any act upon any communications. I don't believe I have any here. Hear and consider act upon any other business which will properly come before this meeting. None that I know of. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So is
Thank you all.
Sarah Longus